Is the guest speakers here. A huge round of applause in the morning, dear students. It's a wonderful morning here. We have UNESCO chairholder Professor Dr. Vishwanath Karad, sir, the founder and chief patron of Myers MIT. And we have eminent guest speakers with us today. The session 8 of the World Parliament. I request all the dignitaries to kindly be seated. I request Associate Dean Professor Milind Patre, sir, to escort the guests. We have on the dais the members of eminent bodies and the people who have been working in the field of peace. I request them to be kindly be seated. Accept our request and honor to be on the panel of this session 8, the 10th World Parliament. With the kind permission of the honorable guests here, would like to begin our session with the Shankha Dhwani, the sound of Shankha, that is sacred sound and associated with purity, positivity and auspiciousness. So I request our team for the Shankha Dhwani. Thank you for filling this atmosphere with the energy, positivity, and the message of harmony. Thank you so much. Now, it's time for the tradition that we follow every time. The session begins with Omkar meditation. Om, that is the inner self and the first sound of the universe, the Nada Brahma Om. May I now request and invite Professor Milind Patre, Associate Dean, Faculty of Peace Studies, to conduct Omkar meditation.
Thank you so much. Revered Vishwadharmi Professor Dr. Vishwanath Karad sir, the Honorable Dais, all the respected guests, students. Today we will take another dimension of Om meditation. Ideally, the educational component has to have two aspects. One is learning, another is unlearning. Most of the time, the educational system all over the world is obsessed only with learning, providing information, knowledge. But the another equally important component of unlearning most of the time is absolutely missed. Here comes the help of the ancient technology of meditations, spiritual practices. It is scientifically proved that by constant chanting of Om for a while, slowly you reach to the level where thoughts cease to exist. We reach to the realm of our being where you are no more the physical matter, you are no more your thoughts and emotions and feelings, but you transcend these limitations and reach to that realm of our inner centeredness where exists pure consciousness. That in Upanishad they call it as a Turiya, the fourth. But of course, it needs some constant practice. But let us have a glimpse of it at least. So today we will conduct with this dimension because ideally, no, most of the times, Om meditation is associated with religious symbol, something to do with God only. But now we are saying a practical dimension that how to reduce the chaos, confusion, turmoil in our own inner recesses of the mind. So let us join together with this chanting of the Om. I really urge all of you to simply experience this. If we can't experience that reverberation in this magnificent world peace dome, probably then where it is possible for us. So let us not miss this beautiful opportunity. When the music will be played, when the audio of Om will be played, I request everyone to at least for 2 minutes stop all the external activities. Just centered yourself in the dome. No past, no future. Just be in the home here. You can close your eyes gently. I request all of you on the dais, off the dais, please close your eyes and you can really participate along with the music and chant Om for 2 minutes. Following that, we will observe a 30-second silence. So please close your eyes, be comfortable and participate wholeheartedly in Om. Closed. Keep your eyes closed and just witness this silence within. Okay? Thank you. Thank you very much. And thank you all for participating in this beautiful Om meditation. Thank you once again.
Thank you, sir, for that blissful experience through Omkar meditation. So, audience, it's time for World Peace Prayer. The prayer that has been a brainchild and concept by revered Professor Dr. Vishwanath Karat, sir, 4 decades long tradition of World Peace Prayer. A prayer that is above all caste, creed, religion, all differences that we have, and that really brings us under one roof of humanity and oneness. May I request each one to rise in their seats. Kindly rise in your seats for the World Peace Prayer. Join your hands, close your eyes, and bring the image of your parents, your guru, the supreme power you believe in, and wholeheartedly let us all participate in the World Peace Prayer. May I request our technical team to play the World Peace Prayer.
नमो जीयाद्या वेद प्रतिपाद्या जय जय स्वसंवेद्या आत्मरूपा देवातुति गणेषु सकलार्थमतिप्रकाशु म्हणे निवृत्तिदासु अवधारि गोदी गुरुर्ब्रह्मा गुरुर्विष्णु गुरुर्देवो महेश्वरः गुरुसाक्षात् परब्रह्मा तस्मै श्री गुरवे नमः। पूर्णमदः पूर्णमिदं पूर्णात् पूर्णमुदच्यते पूर्णस्य पूर्णमादाय पूर्णमेवावशिष्यते। ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः।
Thank you so much. Thank you, dear technical team. I request everyone to kindly be seated. Dear audience and the dignitaries on the dais, Session 8 of this 10th World Parliament is urgent need to empower international bodies like UNO, UNESCO, WHO for overall control and direct intervention to avert the uncalled for chaos, confusion, bloodshed, massacres, terrorisms and wars, conflicts between the nations and other trivial issues. Such an alarming word that we are a part of desperately needs such discussions and prominent actions. To have this discussion today, we have august presence of UNESCO chairholder Dr. Vishwanath Karad sir. We have with us Dr. Priyankar Upadhyay sir. We have Honorable Professor Dattesh D. Parulekar sir. Honorable Professor Mohammad Mehtab Alam Rizvi ji, Honorable Professor Gaurav Jha ji, Honorable Professor Sanjay Bharadwaj ji, Honorable Professor Meera Khanna ji, Honorable Dr. Deepak Pawar ji, Professor Ruzana Pakshu from Moscow, Russia, Honorable Tej Vidya ma'am from Tej Gyan Foundation, and our own advisor, Senior Professor Dr. Anju Upadhyay ma'am. Let us all put our hands together to welcome all these dignitaries to have discussions and suggested actions for the future. Now, to throw some light on the session, may I request our technical team to relay the curtain raiser film to know more about the session. Technical team.
In a world increasingly plagued by chaos, confusion, bloodshed, terrorism, and escalating conflicts, there is an urgent need to empower international bodies like the United Nations, UNESCO, and WHO. These institutions were established with the noble goal of fostering global peace, security, and cooperation. The United Nations could play a more decisive role in enforcing international laws and protecting human rights, while UNESCO can foster cultural understanding and education to prevent divisions. The WHO's stronger mandate could ensure more robust responses to global health emergencies, which are increasingly tied to global security. This session is based on the urgent need to empower international bodies like UNO, UNESCO, WHO, etc., for overall control and direct intervention to avert the uncalled for chaos, confusion, bloodshed, massacres, terrorism, and wars, conflicts between the nations and the other trivial issues. In this session, we will talk about empowering our international bodies with the necessary tools for direct intervention and oversight. We can avert unnecessary sufferings and build a more stable, peaceful future for all.
Thank you, technical team. May I now request and invite Dr. Priyankar Upadhyay, sir, UNESCO Chair for Peace, BHU, Distinguished Professor and Senior Advisor, MIT World Peace University, for welcoming and for his introductory address. So please.
Our revered and beloved Dr. Vishwanath Karat sir, who incidentally is the senior most UNESCO chair in Asia Pacific. And not only he is an academic persona, but in practice he has shown how to lead a path of educational transformation. My distinguished colleagues on the dais and also across the dais, and most significantly, the young minds, young students who are around, and I'm sure we will be able to catch their attention because they are the ones who will, take this path of peacefulness forward. While I welcome each one of you, I do so with a heavy heart. Believe me, in my long career, almost spanning 5 decades of teaching and researching international relations and peace and conflict issues, I personally never felt so threatened last night, watching through the international media, BBC, CNN, and also our own media, and all the channels were broadcasting the possibility of a third world war. It has never happened earlier. Of course, we fought wars. Of course, the world always needed peace. But this specter of total chaos, total destruction came real. And then I understood why the founder, why the proponent of all the creative ideas, Dr. Karat, had insisted a session on this. This was a few weeks ago, but how prophetic it is. Today, if you look around, the whole world is burning. It's on the threshold of total destruction. And I have done a little philosophy on peace, but I'm a trained scholar and researcher on international security studies. We are very close, dear friends. We are very close. Whether you take Ukraine, only yesterday, Ukraine dropped a massive bomb on Moscow, provoking Putin to say that nuclear war is now a real option. Look at the Iran, first time. Iran is now exploring the possibilities of using that. And not to forget so many other graver crises. Sudan, in the pale of, the Ukraine crisis and Hamas and Palestine, we are forgetting what is happening in Sudan. Over 15 lakh people lost their lives in just past few months, and we don't know. So this is not a situation that should be taken lightly. What will we do with our business, with our resources, if the world comes to an end? And time and again, we have heard this on this platform in past 2 days, the real threat that is staring at. And this happening, paradoxically, just 3 days after Mahatma Gandhi's birthday celebration, just third day after United Nations celebrated the, the year of non-violence in United Nations General Assembly. It's happening, and it's happening, and it is very true that this will create a situation from which it will be very difficult for us to escape. Well, my role was to welcome the wonderful dignitaries we have and welcome especially the young minds who are around. But let me very quickly say just a few words about what the international community is doing. And I feel a little sorrowful when I feel that people generally criticize United Nations and international agencies, some for some real causes, but mostly because they even don't care to find out what is happening to these international bodies. Just a day before, the Israeli Prime Minister and the other leaders, they straight away told General Secretary not to visit Israel, the United Nations General Secretary. United Nations is not an independent body. It is a reflection of all the member states. It reflects our contradictions, our fault lines. If United Nations were like a Leviathan or a Mahamanav, we could have blamed it. We need to blame ourselves. We need to also blame the leaders. I mean, look at the leaders of the world today, the heads of these states. They are all vying with each other to militarize their country. They militarize the security environment. Now, sometimes it is asked that why are they doing it? They do it because we allow them to do so. Many a times leaders take militaristic posture because they know this is the way to win the election. This is the way to lead the people. So the challenge is on us. Challenge is on young people to say no to war, to no to this destruction. And also I would request the younger people, especially here, to be a little open to the international bodies. I mean, if I ask a blank question to the audience, how many of us know that United Nations just 3-4 years back passed a right to peace? I'm sure not many answers would come. A right to peace is given to all of us. A few years ago, United Nations General Assembly banned or declared illegal the nuclear weapons, but we don't care. What is the way out? The way out, and for which I'm grateful, and the only reason we are all here and we celebrate is that we are working in a university of peace. It requires courage of conviction to declare a university as University of Peace, MIT World Peace University. We have just another example in Latin America. Otherwise, this is the only university. And why I say courage of conviction? Because peace doesn't sell. Peace is something, war sells, armament sells. Peace doesn't sell. But to take this issue as the center theme, this university is marching forward. We need to create an education system which Dr. Karat and his whole university and all his soulmates and people like us are very trying to establish here, to create an environment in which a young mind is trained in the art of collaboration, not in the art of competition. Unfortunately, the education system today is just teaching us the art of competition, how to win, how to earn more at the cost of other people. We are missing the collaboration part, and unless that happens, we will not be able to create those public constituency for peace, and in the absence of which the heads of these states and even the United Nations will remain rather full of apathy for the conflict situation. There is so much to share, young friends and colleagues, and I got a little tempted to cast my net wide, but we have wonderful speakers online. They will be introduced by my colleague, Dr. Sachin, and so welcome and pranam to all of you here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for setting the tone of the session. Dear audience, please put hands together for Dr. Priyanka Upadhyay, UNESCO Chair for Peace and Distinguished Professor at MIT. Thank you, sir. It's time to invite the first speaker. May I now invite Distinguished Honorable Professor Dattesh G. Parolekar, sir, School of International and Area Studies, Goa, University, Goa. Please put your hands together to welcome Professor Dattesh D. Parolekar for his address.
Thank you. A very warm good morning to everyone. At the outset, let me pay my handy compliments to respected Professor Vishwanath Karatji and the MIT for convening this 10th iteration of the World Parliament of Religion, Science, Spirituality and Philosophy. It's also a very proud privilege to be in a session which is being moderated by Professor Upadhyay and in the presence of many distinguished co-panelists of mine. In about 9.5 minutes that I have at my disposal, I'm going to essentially flag a few issues as to what is triggering conflicts and what could be potential approaches to peace building in terms of what should be the underpinning principles. The first Secretary General of the United Nations, Trygve, when he described the United Nations, he said, "The United Nations has not been created to take humanity to heaven, but to save humanity from hell." And it was as much an admission that the United Nations is not this perfect utopian body, but it was also a reflection of what was the principal challenge of that time. And in setting up the United Nations, 3 important objectives were laid out. One, of course, was that peace should become a universal value. Second, that countries should effectively resort to peaceful means in the resolution of disputes. But the third one, which is often forgotten, is to dispense equity and justice in world affairs. So it is this problem of a lack of equity and a lack of justice in world affairs that is triggering many of the conflicts. Why should we be talking of the global south? If you look at these 4 years, very interesting thing is happening in the sense that 4 global south countries are heading the G20. Indonesia in 22, India in 23, Brazil this year, and South Africa next year. And I strongly believe that if you want to create a new foundation of peace, these 4 countries should be coming together in a kind of a quad and being able to drive religious and cultural dialogue. Because in Indonesia, we see the most populous Muslim country, but a moderate Muslim country. In India, we not only see it as an old democracy, but also a very ancient civilization that manages diversity very well. We see in South Africa, despite tribalism, we see the Ubuntu culture of Africa, which has endured over the years. And Brazil is also a multicultural, multi-ethnic country that has shown how you can reconcile and dovetail differences and yet remain largely stable. It must be said here that when we talk about issues of peace, they're not limited to the global south alone. Let me give an example. When COVID struck, the system that the European Union calls the Western liberal order, it came unstuck. Because what we saw is, while the West would tell us that we have a liberal international order that is founded on peace, that is founded on cooperation and consensus, we saw European countries scrambling for all kinds of PPE kits and masks and snatching away kits from each other. So when it comes to problems in the world, the global north is as much responsible as the global south. But where are the problems? The problems are because most operations of peace today revolve around certain factors. Finance is one. It's a double-edged sword. There are many countries in the world who are suffering from a lack of peace because they don't have sustainable financing in their countries. And yet these are also countries which are facing a problem of criminal financing. So financing cuts both ways. We talk of technology. Technology has been a big enabler of the world, and the global south has stood to benefit from it. But we also see the impact of technology and how it bears the largest brunt on the global south countries. And when we talk of demography, one of the major problems hurting global peace today is not the regular migration that happens, but migration which is being channelized, deliberately to change the demographics of countries that is also impacting peace. Why is it that for the last 2 decades, we have had countries which we call as small island developing states have literally had to fight their way to get climate justice? I still remember 2 decades ago, President Nasheed of the Maldives had to go with his cabinet to the bottom of the Indian Ocean and conduct a symbolic cabinet meeting to tell the world that if you don't take action on climate change, Maldives will cease to exist. Our life is going to be at the bottom of the ocean. In fact, I very well recall that when I was in 2009 in Israel and the occupied territories, I had the unique opportunity of meeting with the then foreign minister of Hamas, Mahmoud Zahar. He came to meet this UN delegation that I was part of. And he met me and he said, "Do you have any question for me? You come from the land of Gandhi." I said, "Yes. I have a very pithy question and I would, love an equally, cryptic answer. What will it take for Hamas to make peace with Israel?" And the statement that he made was so profound, I remember it even till this day. He said, "Our approach is very simple. I'll give you in one line. We accept Israel's fact of existence, but we shall never accept Israel's right to exist." Now, anyone understands that? That I accept the fact that you exist, but I will always work to ensure that you don't exist. Now, if we have situations of such nature, it is a big challenge to be able to forge peace, whether through the United Nations or beyond. But let's remember one thing. Peace does not come only through the Security Council. Yes, the Security Council is stalemated, and so many of us think the United Nations is no good. But the United Nations is what we call as the United Nations system. It has 6 organs and 58 specialized agencies. Every night, millions and millions of people would go more hungry if not for the World Food Program dispensing food to people. That is also part of dealing with peace. If the World Health Organization had not been working with the level of proficiency, we would not have seen things like polio, yellow fever, tuberculosis, and many other diseases being cured from the world. Even today, when we are trying to come together to face global issues from climate change to renewable energy, so sustainable development, which institution we rely on, and it is the United Nations. However, like with all institutions, things have to change. And we must understand that peace in today's world, where you have 3 very important problems: fragmentation at the hegemonic level, we have a great degree of polarization at the ideological level, and we have a lot of nationalism that is making countries protectionist. In this kind of an era, if the United Nations and global institutions have to find their success, they have to partner. They have to partner with regional and sub-regional organizations, because quite often one of the problems that we have is we try to make sweeping responses for the whole world. The world is very different. The world is very diverse. And I can tell you, in fact, as Professor Upadhyay rightly pointed out, Sudan, even as we speak about Ukraine and Gaza and new fronts opening up, we forget that there are many conflicts today which are going unnoticed. He mentioned Sudan, but you can talk of Ethiopia, you can talk of DR Congo, you can talk of Yemen. But even as we talk about these conflicts, let's also devote ourselves that there is a silver lining. In the last 10 years, we have seen the longest insurgency in the world, which was in Colombia, being brought to an end. For 60 years, you had no peace in Colombia, and it is the longest running insurgency in the world, which was brought to an end. And we must take great pride because His Holiness Sri Sri Ravi Shankar was a key input in getting the FARC rebels and the government together and being able to propagate the idea of universalism over differences. So as I wind down my talk, I think we have to understand that if we want to make international organizations effective, we can't talk only about structures. We have to talk about institutional capacity building, but also ideational capacity building. And here I would give a couple of instances. In the early 1990s, the world said we need freedom from want and freedom from fear. And because of that, a concept became very important in the world that GDP may be right, GNP may be right, but we need GNH. GNH standing for gross national happiness. Can we institutionalize gross national happiness into our debates and discourses at the fundamental level? And the second idea is, in a world of hegemony, everyone talks about classifications of power. We say major powers, great powers. Can we move away from being just a great power to being a good power? The whole idea of countries becoming good powers. And I think India can lead the way because our version of Vasudeva Kutumbakam effectively makes us not just a great power, but we can also show the world how we can be a good power. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Huge round of applause for Dr. Dattesh D. Parulekar, sir. Thank you, sir. Moving on, it's time to invite and request distinguished speaker, Honorable Professor Mohammad Mehtab Alam Rizvi, Honorary Director, Nelson Mandela Center for Peace and Conflict Resolution, New Delhi. Please put your hands together to welcome Professor Mohammad Mehtab Alam Rizvi, sir, to address us.
Thank you so much, organizer, and good morning, everyone. First, I would like to thank Professor Vishwanathan Kararji, who has given me the opportunity to share my view, and second, my guide, Professor Priyanka Upadhyay, sir, because he has given the opportunity to present my view here. And Professor Priyanka Upadhyay, sir, also told me to focus on West Asia and restrict to the West Asia only. So I will not move to the another region, but only I will try to focus on the West Asia. Some points are already covered by Priyanka sir as well as the Professor Dattesh ji. So I will focus those issues, how these conflicts started in the Middle East region or West Asia region. So if you go back to the history of West Asia region, you will find that this is the place of, the region is the place of the three religions, Judaism, Christianity and Islam. Not only this region is also divided on the basis of ethnic group, on the basis of ideological differences like Baathism, socialism, nationalism and liberalism. Now again go back to the history, how this conflict started in the Middle East and North Africa region. Number one, first is in 1915 to 1916. There were exchange of letter between the leader of Arab world, you can say the Hussein ibn Sharif of Makkah, and British High Commissioner, Henry McMahon. So these two persons, or these two leaders, exchanged number of letters to how to defeat the Ottoman Empire and win in the First World War. Then question arises here, and Arab world asks the question to the Britishers, why will help you to defeat the Ottoman Empire? Then the Henry McMahon promised that if you will able to defeat the Ottoman Empire, we will give you sovereign, independent status to the Arab world and also the Palestinians. And they agreed. So this was the one deal. Another side, Britishers again signed another deal with the Hashemite Empire. And he also ruled on the West Asia region, Jordan, Iraq, etc. And the similar promises also made by him to them. So all the people united together and fought against the Ottoman Empire. And finally, Britishers won the First World War. But during the First World War, even war was not ended, they have signed another agreement. And that agreement known as the Balfour Declaration. So, no, sorry, not Balfour Declaration, I will discuss later. Sykes-Picot Agreement. So Sykes-Picot Agreement was happened between France and Britain. These two foreign secretaries signed the letter to how to divide the Middle East into three parts. So this was the secret agreement. between France and Britishers. And they have divided the Middle East region into three parts. One part given to the Britishers, another part given to the French, and Russia is also got the third part. So this was the backbone of the conflict in the Middle East and North Africa region. Then Arab as well as Hashemite Empire or Hussein ibn Sharif of Makkah, they thought that they made the promise and committed to give the independent status for the Palestinian as well as Arab world, but this was not happened. So they said that this is the betrayal of the exchange of letter between Ibn Sharif of Makkah and Henry McMahon. So then this conflict started. Another third agreement was signed in 1917. That was the Balfour Declaration. And during the Balfour Declaration, they sent the letter to the leader of the Zionist regime to settle in the land of the Middle Eastern region. And people also accepted. Palestinians also accepted, Arab world also accepted. There were no conflict even during that time. Even the Palestinians given the land to the Jews to settle here and there because they were also facing problem in the world or in the European country. So they have also provided the land to them. But when they have settled and when the United Nations passed the resolution in 1948 for the two-state or for the separate state for the Palestinian as well as for the Israeli or Jews, then conflict started again. One side you have accepted in 1979 to give a space to the Jews. Why you are opposing for the two-state solution? This again questionable. And we should ask the question to the Arab world. And if the United Nations passed the resolution for the two-state and they have also demarcated the boundary and land, these should be governed by Israel and another should be governed by the Palestinian. But this was again not accepted by the Israeli. Another mistake created, another blunder created by the Israeli. So this is the backbone of the conflict in the Middle East and North Africa region. But conflict not on the basis of the religion, but on the basis of ideology, on the basis of national interest of the country. Why I am saying national interest of the country? Our previous scholar also told that if we can take the example of Hamas, Hamas is Sunni organization. Iran is the Shia country, but Iranians strongly support Hamas. Why? This is not the religious base. This is again the country national interest. Hezbollah can be understood. This is the Shia organization. Iran used to support because Iran is also Shia country. But at the same time, Saudi Arabia, time to time, also used to support Hamas. So where is the religion? No religion here. If you are supporting the non-state actor in the Middle East region on the basis of religion, this is not the fact. This is on the basis of their ideological differences, on the basis of their country interest. Another side, there are three types of ruling you will find, or system you will find in the Middle East and North Africa region. And all the monarchical countries in the Middle East and North Africa region, either they used to rule on the basis of the hierarchy system, or three types of monarchy you will find in the Middle East and North Africa region. Number one, the domestic, or you can say the hierarchy level. Number two, the linchpin monarchy. Number three is the hybrid monarchy. Hierarchy level means on the basis of the decision of the Shura Council, either in Saudi Arabia or either in Kuwait, Qatar, Oman, in each and every country, you will find that only those who are member of the royal family, they can only become the head of the state. No chance given to the another citizen. So this is another problem, and that is the reason Arab uprising started in 2011. And this was the main cause of the conflict, because the people of the Middle Eastern region not given the adequate share of the power in the Middle East and North Africa region. Second one is the linchpin monarchy. They don't have the oil, They don't have the gas like the Jordan, but they rule on the basis of the monarchy system. Third one is the hybrid system. They have oil and gas, and they have also a monarchy system. And all these countries ruled by the monarchy. And that is the reason the freedom, liberty is not provided by the monarch in this region. And people are struggling for their freedom, liberty, and adequate share of power in the political process of the country. So this is the main reason of the conflict in the region. Now coming to the solution. The external player or the major player of the world cannot resolve the problem. I think internal or regional people should come together and try to resolve the problem beyond the sectarian divide, beyond the religious divide, beyond the ideological division, or beyond their country interest. This is the solution of the problem. Number one, even we talked about the value of education or value system in our education system or spiritual value in our education system. We have, if we go to the Shanti Parva, the 12th chapter or 12th book of Shanti Parva, this is clearly mentioned that how to behave with the enemy during the war or after the war. Today we are talking about the Geneva Convention. And this is already mentioned in the Shanti Parva in 12th chapter, if you go through that. So this is the spirituality. And the basic meaning of the spirituality, we will find that if we develop the feeling of the someone is superior, bigger, and stronger than me, will develop the spirituality in our society. I went to here for breakfast. So I just asked where the plate, where I can take the plate and serve my breakfast myself. Then some people were standing there, sir, no need to take yourself, sit there, because I used to go for the buffet system and I used to serve the breakfast. But some people were there, no, sir, no need to stand there, sit here, we will serve you. So this is our culture. This is our Indian society. So we are really impressed. Then I asked the question, how do you get this idea? Then they told me that this is the teaching of our Professor Vishwanathan Karadji. So thank you so much, sir. Thank you everyone for giving this opportunity.
Huge round of applause for Honorable Professor Mohammad Mehtab Alam Rizvi, sir. Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your experience and highlighting key points. It's time now to invite and request distinguished speaker, Honorable Professor Gaurav Jhaji, President, International Institute of Independent Indices, formerly Additional Private Secretary at Union Finance Ministry, New Delhi. Please put your hands together to welcome Honorable Professor Gaurav Jha. Huge round of applause, my dear students.
Good morning, everybody. Before I begin, I want to express my humble and sincere gratitude to Professor Vishwanath Karad for inviting me to this August gathering and giving me an opportunity to spend time with all of you and learn a lot from all of you at this prestigious World Parliament on Science, Religion and Philosophy. I also express my sincere gratitude to Professor Priyanka Upadhyay, Professor Anju Upadhyay ma'am for inviting me. So thank you to all of you. So the title of our session is very aptly named that the urgent need to empower multilateral bodies like United Nations, UNESCO, WHO to prevent uncalled chaos, confusion, massacre and terrorism. There could have not been a better timing than this to discuss such an important and timely issue, because this is a time when day after tomorrow on October 7th, we'll be observing 1 year of invasion in Israel. This is the time when we are going to observe 2.5 years of Russian and Ukraine war, which started on February 24, 2022. This is closer home. This is the time when we saw 3 years ago Taliban taking over Afghanistan, and very recently, this is a conference is taking place at a context when 2 months ago we saw fall of democracy in Bangladesh and taking over by an interim government. So there is chaos, violence, and bloodshed going on everywhere. Apart from that, in several parts of the world, there are even more violence which is not even being reported, which is not even being considered in mainstream news media, as rightly pointed out by my earlier speaker. In West Asia, we are witnessing war in Syria, in Yemen, in Western Sahara, we are seeing wars in Morocco. In Africa, we are seeing war in Ethiopia. In Central Asia, we just saw Armenia versus Azerbaijan conflict. In South Asia, we are seeing a coup in Myanmar, and after which there is a civil war going on. Closer home, we have our own problems with our northern and western on our western fronts. So this is a time which we have to rightly ask the question: has the United Nations failed? What is the UN doing? Where is the UN headed? So to answer this question, the single one-line answer is that yes, it appears that the United Nations has failed. If you look at it at the broader level, at the narrow level, people can easily say that it's for the first time in the history of the United Nations that one member state has declared the UN Secretary General persona non grata and has said that if he enters, then we will be arresting the Secretary General. So this may appear that the UN has failed, but then it is a very short-term, very narrow perspective to look at it. Why? Because if we look at the history of the United Nations and the history of the world from 1945, then we are seeing two types of violence which has been going on in this world. One is the semantic violence, the violence as we know it, and the other is the structural violence, which is a deep-rooted violence. Semantic violence is in terms of East and West perspective, the Cold War between the USSR and the America, and its extension is going on right now. And the structural violence is the fight against poverty, fight against disease, fight for education, fight for removing illiteracy. So if we look at the East-West front, the United States has failed to a considerable extent in preventing a violence of semantic nature. But on the North-South perspective, if we look at the developmental level, United Nations has done a pretty impressive job. If there had been no United Nations, the situation would have been even more worse. So this we have to accept and we have to recognize and we have to give due credit. Today, when we talk of peace, then Millennium Development Goal is also a definition of peace. Sustainable Development Goal is also a definition of peace. We cannot discount that, we cannot disregard that. So these are the things. Now let's move to the second part of the talk, which is how to empower such international organizations like UN and UNESCO or WHO or whatever. So we have to understand what exactly is politics. Politics is the omnipresent process of competition, cooperation, and conflict, which is going on at all levels of human interaction. Wherever there are humans, interaction is going on, there is a competition or cooperation or conflict. Now, our objective is how to maximize cooperation, how to minimize conflict in this ever-competitive world. So what is the strategy? As a person who is a realist in short term, and my definition of short term is anywhere from immediate times to maybe 5, 10 years or 100 years or 50, 20, whatever, even up to 50, 60 years is my definition of short term. I advocate the concept of Shastra. And in the long term, my idea is we have to approach an idealistic perspective which is based on the battle of Shastra. So the war has to be, if we have to empower United Nations or such bodies to bring a peace, we have to work at both the levels, at the level of the Shastra, which is a realistic perspective, and at the level of the Shastra, which is the idealistic perspective. It is, now what is going to be the objective of whatever the methodology you use, whether you use realist or liberal or whatever, what is going to be our objective? In my very emphatic answer is to gain power. This may sound counterintuitive. This may sound that many of you may question that, sir, power is usually said that power corrupts and absolute power corrupts absolutely. One may say that. I say no. Aung San Suu Kyi had said it is not power which corrupts, but it is a fear of losing power. I say this is also a wrong definition, because I was taught by my father that it is not important whether power corrupts or absolute power corrupts absolutely. It is also not important whether it is a fear of losing power. What is the most important thing is who wields the power, who controls the power. If the power is in the hands of Ram, you will have prosperity. If the power is in the hands of Ravan, you will have a different result. You will have destruction. If the power is in the hands of, you have got countless of examples, in the hands of Krishna, you have something else. If it's in the hands of someone else, you have destruction. So power का pursue करना चाहिए, power से दूर नहीं रहना चाहिए, power को हमें लेकिन समझना चाहिए कि how to control power. And for that, we need to understand and we need to realize what exactly does power do to us and how do we behave with power. So there's a basic, very old traditional saying in Hitopadesh, Ahara nidra bhay maithunancha samanya etat pashubhir samana dharmo hitesha adhiko vishesha dharme nahina pashubhir samana. अर्थात आहार, निद्रा, भय, मैथुन, food, sleep, fear and pleasure, these are the four characteristics which are common between humans and animals. But then what is that distinguishes humans from animals, which makes us human? Dharmo hitesha adhiko vishesha dharmena hina pashubhir samana. So if there is no dharma, and the very definition of dharma is not religious, but it is righteousness, your righteous obligation. So if you do not do your righteous obligation and if you do not know what your dharma is, then there is no difference between you and an animal. And then how do we realize what is our dharma? What is our concept? So again, this has been foretold in our scriptures long ago that Vidya dadati vinayam, vinayam dadati patattvang, patattvang dharmapnoti, dhanar dharma tatha sukham. And another one, Vidya vivadaya dhanang madaya, shakti parisana paripirinaya, khalasya sadhur viparita buddhi jnanaya danaya cha rakshanaya. The difference between a wise and a arrogant or a fool, or rather a difference between, in the international relations, the difference between a good state and a problematic state is that a wise person uses, a foolish person uses vidya for vivad, dhanang madaya. विद्या से अपने नॉलेज से हम लोग झगड़ा करते हैं, अपने एरोगेंस दिखाते हैं, विवाद के लिए यूज करते हैं, आई एम सो इंटेलेक्चुअल. धनंग मदाय, धन से हम लोग अपना अहंकार दिखाते हैं. शक्ति परेशांग परपीड़नाय, शक्ति का प्रयोग किया जाता है दूसरों को पीड़ा पहुंचाने के लिए. खलस्य साधुर विपरीत बुद्धि ज्ञानाय दानाय, जो पर खलस्य ऑपोजिट में इसका एक साधु जो होता है अपनी शक्ति का प्रयोग करता है, अपने ज्ञान का प्रयोग करता है दूसरों को दान करने के लिए, और शक्ति का प्रयोग करता है दूसरों की संरक्षण करने के लिए. तो यही अगर इंडिविजुअल लेवल पे भी हमें अपनाना होगा और नेशन स्टेट के लेवल पे भी भारतवर्ष को इसी थॉट के साथ आगे बढ़ना होगा. एंड द अदर एंड स्लोगन, अदर श्लोक वाज विद्या ददाति विनयम, विनयम ददाति पात्रत्वांग. सो विद्या से हमें विनय मिलती है, मॉडेस्टी मिलती है, ह्यूमिलिटी मिलती है. विनय से हमें, ह्यूमिलिटी से हमें कैरेक्टर मिलता है, और उस कैरेक्टर से, गुड कैरेक्टर से अगर हम लोग धन को अर्जित करते हैं, तो उस धन को जब हम लोग धर्म के कार्य में उसका उपयोग करते हैं तो ही तथा सुखम होती है. सो दिस इज द होल फिलॉसफी ऑफ ब्रिंगिंग वर्ल्ड पीस, वर्ल्ड शांति, हैप्पीनेस, वॉट एवर द वर्ड दैट यू वांट टू यूज. बट द होल आइडिया इज the concept of knowledge, education has to be interlinked with dharma, or the purpose of right and wrong, the basic concept of ethics. Today, in a competitive world, we are not teaching our students what is right and wrong. We have forgotten that. So I'm extremely happy and proud to be at this college, at this institute, and see what a wonderful you people are doing. And hats off to all of you. You people have a brilliant future because you are being taught the idea of dharma as well as education. Finally, to conclude, so what should be our future? A question is often asked that India should not aspire to become a middle power or a great power or something like that. I say this is totally wrong. India should aspire to become a great power, whatever you may call a superpower, whatever the definition. But then we need to capture power, we need to have power so that we can do righteousness for the whole world. तो यही इसी बात से, and this is what exactly we have been doing. ये हमारे प्रधानमंत्री के एक्शंस में दिखने लगा है. जब today our prime minister is called not प्रधानमंत्री but प्रधान सेवक. Today Rajpath has been renamed as Kartavya Path. Today Amrit Kal has been renamed as Kartavya Kal, and you are the generation which is going to live through this Kartavya Kal generation. So the whole responsibility is in your hand primarily, also in our hands, to create a world order which is a duty-based world order, so that we can bring world peace and greater prosperity for all. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, sir. Huge round of applause for Honorable Professor Gaurav Jhaji for his powerful speech. Thank you, sir, for combining the ancient wisdom and the modern practices. Thank you so much. It's time now to invite distinguished speaker, Honorable Professor Sanjay Bharadwaji, School of International Studies, JNU, New Delhi. Please welcome with a huge round of applause, Honorable Professor Sanjay Bharadwaj, right away from JNU, New Delhi. Sir, over to you.
ओम माननीय डॉक्टर प्रोफेसर विश्वनाथ कराज जी, प्रोफेसर टेंकर उपाध्याय जी, प्रोफेसर अंजू शरण उपाध्याय जी, माय को-पैनलिस्ट, लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन, सबसे पहले मैं MIT और विशेषकर प्रोफेसर विश्वनाथ कराज जी का धन्यवाद देना चाहूँगा कि उन्होंने मुझे यहाँ आने का और इस बड़ी संसद में एक भागीदार बनने का मौका दिया। आपको धन्यवाद। हम when we are looking at the world today and when we are looking us, the Indians, when I talk about Indians, I talk about entire South Asia, entire Indian subcontinent. And this Indian subcontinent is journey from civilizational spread to sovereign entity. We are a civilizational states. We were a civilization. Now we are distinct sovereign nationalistic entities. When we see this subcontinent, when we see this South Asian, we see that there are full of conflicts. They are full of, this is full of contradictions. Contradictions between what? The contradictions between the inclusive nationalistic construct or the exclusive nationalistic construct that has given birth to different nations, Pakistan, India, Bangladesh. We are one, but we have been given different entities on different nationalistic, either on cultural or religious, or we can say that inclusive unity in diversity, that this has been the dominating discourse narratives in South Asian politics in last 70 years. We have been further witnessed the relationship after independence, the subordinate and subordinate relationship. Either you go to Pakistan, you come to India, you go to Bangladesh, you go to Sri Lanka, you will see that the subordinate and subordinate relations are established between the people, between the societies. This did not stop here. After creation of states, we have also seen that there is a majority-minority interface. That the majority is deciding the fate of the minority communities, entire South Asian countries, entire neighborhood. So we have seen that this interface has further marginalized the marginalized community in the society. And finally, we have started conflicting and struggling for the statehood, for the provincial autonomy, and for the resource sharing. And you see that entire South Asia, entire subcontinent is full of conflicts, contradictions. Sri Lanka, Nepal, Bangladesh, India, Pakistan, all these countries, they have deep conflicts, contradictions everywhere. And what we are doing, we have become independent, but we have followed the policies what the colonial masters has constructed, divided, given us, that we dichotomize the society, polity, for our political interest, for our ruling objectives. How we have dichotomized? As the world has been dichotomized today between the justice camp and the peace camp. See what is happening in Ukraine, Russia, justice camp, peace camp. In West Asia, justice camp, peace camp. And you have reached on the solutions of the problem because you need something different. You define something different because you are dichotomizing these ethos and values for your vested ruling objectives. You have dichotomized between the liberty and equality. You have dichotomized between the liberation war and anti-liberation war in South Asia. We have dichotomized between the patriot. Who is real patriot? And if you are not real patriot, you are traitor. This has been further dichotomized. You can witness any South Asian countries, including India. And that this further has been dichotomized between the values and the goals. What are the values? You do not know. Yesterday we have seen the wonderful session talking about the values of education, values of the society. What is values? Is it Saswat or it is changeable? You are changing with the change of the guards, with the change of the governments. The values are changed. We do not have internal values. Saswat mulyon ki kami we are facing, and we are still not. And being on the land of Buddha, being on the land of Mahavir, being on the land of Mahatma Gandhi, we are still haven't reached the ethos and values of this society. What is peace? What is non-violence? What is justice? Still we are dichotomizing because your ruling people, they are dichotomizing, forcing you. The religion has also been projected us as a source of conflict. Though the religion is a source of peace, but it has been, धर्म की बात मत करो, धर्म की बात करो, ये communal है. ये communal है, so we are not talking about, we are afraid about talking about the religion, about the dharma. To teach in the classroom, नहीं, ये teacher, ये communal है. And this has been dominating the discourse all over the world. This has recently been seen, the very strong dichotomy and very strong conflict in case of Bangladesh. I work on Bangladesh. That the dichotomy has been a dominating discourse between the two forces. One believe in the religious nationalistic construct, another believe in the cultural construct. Cultural construct who believe in the spirit of 1971. Who are those? They are inclusive, they are secular, they are Bengali nationalistic, has been contested by the religious nationalistic construct who believes in the idea of Pakistan, the forces of 1947, the old Muslim leaguers. And this discourse we have seen throughout the Bangladesh history from 1947 to till date, that there are assassinations, there are coup, there are counter coup, there are violence and against the minorities. And this has been further radicalized by the ruling elites of Bangladesh for their political objectives, like the radicalizations or the fundamentalism has grown in Bangladesh at three layers. At the macro level, when you will go that the ruling objectives, they have symbolized the ethos and values of the societies as per their majoritarian discourse along the religious line. And that has been fueled by the petrodollar, by the Arabic Islamic constructs that they are giving money, that you build the mosque, you build the madrasas, you teach the Arabic educations and all that. And this has been further damaged the cultural inclusive ethos of Bengali society in particular and in South Asian society in general. At the meso level, there is a decline of scholarship. What is the decline of scholarship? That we fail to teach the true version of the Islam. We fail to teach the true version of the religion. And religion, what the religion? Religion teaches us the peace. Religion teaches us the inclusiveness. Religion teaches us the lesson of the tolerance. That has not been taught, and it has been interpreted at different levels. Even in the Islam, the conflicts has been created between in the monolithic and the pluralistic Islams, that you do not tolerate the pluralistic Islam in the society. And this has been further dichotomized because the failure of the scholarship, the failure of the teachers, the failure of the padris, the failure of the Maulvis, the failure of the Pandit, that we are not teaching the true meaning of the religion. That has further exaggerated the conflict. Islam khatre mein hai, dharm khatre mein hai. Further, it has been created at the micro level. It was not impacting much to the people earlier. कि ठीक है, ruling people अपना करते हैं, teachers अपना करते हैं, पादरी अपना करते हैं, मौलवी अपना करते हैं, लेकिन माइक्रो लेवल पे इसका कोई impact नहीं था. This has been impacted while we have reached on the age of globalization. The globalization has made the gap between the people and the skilled, semi-skilled and unskilled labor forces has started migrating to the Middle East countries, and that they have found that Middle Eastern Islam is different what the Islam preached in India, because Indian Islam is Hanabali. Indian Islam is Indo-Islamic culture. Indian Islam has a syncretic, Sufist, cultural, that is very tolerant, very inclusive, that has been conflicted while people had started authenticating Islam from the Arabic world, that is Hanafi. And you did not believe in the pluralistic nature of the Islam, because Muslims are different. The Kerala Muslim or the Bengal Muslims, they are two different people. Culturally, the Nepali Muslim and the Sri Lankan Muslim, they are two different people culturally. But we could not tolerate, and you have started imposing the Islamic nationalistic constructs based on the Wahhabism, and this has been created that the Muslims in Afghanistan are killing the Muslims because you do not believe in that. So my simple point is that there is, due to the failure of scholarship, due to the ruling policy objectives of the ruling elites, that the religion and the cultural ethos of the societies has been misinterpreted. I think we need to relook these ethos and values to have established a consensus definition of the religion, peace, non-violence for an eternal, a peaceful society like the South Asia. Thank you very much. Namaskar.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you for highlighting the South Asian conflict and the root causes. Thank you so much. It's time now to invite the next distinguished speaker, Honorable Professor Meera Khannaji, a writer, a poet, a gender right activist, and president at Guide for Service. Please put your hands together to welcome Honorable Professor Meera Khannaji.
Namaskar. Professor Kara, Professor Upadhyay, Professor Anju Upadhyay, my fellow panelists, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, and the young adults that I see in this beautiful hall. In your faces today, I see tomorrow, because the future of this world lies in your hands, in your capable, technologically capable hands, because peace is no longer an option. It is the only thing left for global survival. So if we want to see the end of the 21st century, you have to take on the responsibility. Exactly as Krishna said to Arjun, Uto Parth, apna Gandiv sambhalo. The United Nations, I'm here to talk about the United Nations, and some part of my time I would like to spend on the CEDAW, which is the Commission on the Elimination of Discrimination Against Women. Now, the United Nations was actually started because at the end of the Second World War, the world realized what India knew for a very long time, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. So literally, to stop the Third World War, the United Nations was begun, because like Winston Churchill said, it is better to jaw rather than war. It is better to talk rather than go to war. And perhaps we have been able to prevent the Third World War till today because of the fact that the UN has been talking. But let us face it, that the UN is like a project where two people may do, we are all familiar with projects. It's a modern innovation where two people do the work and some people give encouragement and some people sabotage it. That is the reality of the UN. But there have been success stories. UN has got it right. For example, the peacekeeping operations. We call them the global babysitters because wearing blue helmets, they go into conflict situations. And for example, India has also been part of the peacekeeping forces. Liberia had a completely women peacekeeping force. And the fact is, the Nobel Prize in 1988 was awarded to the UN peacekeeping force because let's be honest, if anyone requires applause, it is them, because they go into a conflict situation without a clear mandate, just wearing blue helmets and not much arms to protect them. Of course, the United Nations has been successful in other activities, particularly the UNICEF, the UNESCO, the collective response to world hunger, the WHO, for example, smallpox has been eradicated, and also mobilizing relief efforts after earthquake and famines. But as Kofi Annan said, more than ever before in human history, we share a common destiny. We can master it only if we face it together. But there is also the failures of the UN system. It is often said the UN is where good ideas get lost in committees. The first failure of the UN is the UN Security Council. Just 5 nations hold the future of the world in their hands. And perpetually, because of veto power, they stop the peace resolutions. Also, the Security Council is not reflective of the world order as it is today. For example, India, Brazil, South Africa are not members of the UN Security Council. So we need more vote and less veto. For example, Rwanda, Professor Upadhyay spoke about Sudan. Rwanda is a symbol of the UN's failure, where nearly 1 million people were killed because of the inefficiency of the UN system. Also, the never-ending bureaucracy. You know, the Secretary General Ban Ki-moon said, we have a responsibility to the people we serve, and yet we are trapped in paperwork that weighs us down like a pair of cement shoes. I have only 5 minutes left. So, but I'm going to now shift to something which is an issue very close to my heart, and that is violence against women. We are talking about conflict in West Asia, Ukraine, Russia, but violence against women is a human right violation which has existed for centuries, and we haven't done anything about it, both in public and private spaces, culturally, traditionally, politically, legally. For example, according to the WHO, 1 in 3 women globally experience either domestic violence or sexual assault. South Asia has the highest rate of child marriage in the world, with 46% girls married by the age of 18. The economic cost of violence against women is about $4.7 trillion, and the amount of money invested for preventing violence is just $500 million. I have the privilege of being a co-founder on the International Treaty on Violence Against Women and Girls. And we have been working with global nations to bring about an accountable format, a legally binding treaty, so that nations can address this huge pandemic of violence. One of the instruments of the United Nations is the CEDAW, which is a treaty and Commission on Elimination of Discrimination Against Women. And it has been signed and ratified by more than 189 nations in this world. India is also signatory, and India has ratified it. Now, after India ratified the CEDAW, some things have happened. For example, we have the protection of women against domestic violence. We have the amendment to the Prohibition of Child Marriage Act, and many other things. But it is difficult to say whether it has all happened because of the CEDAW, because there is a combination of the desire of political parties to win elections, as women are a huge vote bank. Also, there is a desire to look good on the international stage. And let us face it, our constitutional guarantee of equality is also there. So a combination of factors and the fact that India signed and ratified the CEDAW has helped to bring gender-just laws, policies, and programs into India. Now, what we are trying to do is to strengthen the CEDAW, to bring an additional optional protocol, which is a treaty by itself, which will help nations to address violence against women and girls. And for this, the treaty will attract core funding. It will create a global database on violence against women and girls. It will collaborate with local agencies. It will ensure that there is a review of gender unjust laws. There will be a legal accountability and accountability framework. More important, any treaty is good or bad according to its implementation. The new optional protocol that we are pushing nations to accept will have a matrix-based accountability system by which we can find out which are the nations which are actually working to address violence against women and girls. And more important is to put more boots on the ground so that governments and civil society organizations can work in tandem to address violence against women and girls. So in conclusion, the UN isn't dead, but it needs a doctor. We don't throw away the baby along with the bathwater. The United Nations is like a rusty old ship that somehow still manages to stay afloat. But it is a testament to human cooperation, aspiration, and let's face it, dysfunction also. But with all its flaws, the UN is essential because it gives a platform for nations to come together. The togetherness is the most important foundation of the United Nations. And I know a fellow panelist did talk about this, as Dag Hammarskjöld, the second UN Secretary General, wisely remarked. The UN wasn't created to take mankind to heaven, but to save humanity from hell. Today, when we look at newspapers, hell seems very close. Today, the United Nations needs to wake up to see that hell is pushed away from this planet. And I appeal to this new generation to take care of this earth, because this is the most beautiful place in this entire Brahmand. Namaskar, thank you, Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you for sharing your words of wisdom with us. Dear audience, it's time to invite the next distinguished speaker. May I now invite Honorable Dr. Deepak Pawar, Professor and Head of the Department of Civics and Politics at University of Mumbai. Please put your hands together to welcome Honorable Dr. Deepak Pawar ji.
Dignitaries on the dais and friends, I am thankful to the MIT University, Professor Vishwanath Karad, my senior friends, Professor Priyankar Upadhyay, Professor Anju Sharan Upadhyay, and Professor Datta Dandge for having me here. Now, you have already heard around 6 to 7 speakers, and I teach in a university, so I know how it feels to be like a captive audience. So you faculty members and students are a captive audience for us, and I have to ensure that while talking about global peace and stability of the international scenario, I have to also make some effort to engage with you guys to ensure that I am not talking in echo chamber. So let me just share some of my views about the contemporary scenario. We keep talking about peace in the sense there is positive peace, there is negative peace. Quincy Wright very famously talked about war, and he said that war is not sharply distinguished from peace. We are living in a world where on the one hand, we are witnessing a war between Russia and Ukraine. We are also witnessing a war between Israel and Hamas initially, and at a later stage now that war has become a war between Israel and Iran. Nearer home, for last many years, India has encountered serious struggle with Pakistan. We are also witnessing serious struggle with China for the period of last 5 to 10 years. And then the question is, what is the role of organizations like the United Nations? What is the role of affiliated organizations like the UNESCO in maintaining peace, ensuring peace in the world that is around us? Now, I teach political science I was teaching political science to undergrad students and later on to postgrad students. We have been talking about the League of Nations, the United Nations, the Security Council, the General Assembly, and the role that they have been playing in ensuring that the world is not completely destroyed. The world in which we are living is definitely not a completely peaceful world, but a world in which we are living, we are trying to make a more habitable world. We are trying to make that world slightly more livable because we think that if violence goes beyond a point, things are going to become absolutely unmanageable for us. Now the question is, when I talk to students like you, and when I tell you about United Nations and Security Council and General Assembly, how much impact is it going to have on your collective understanding or on your individual understanding? Because the students with whom we are dealing with now in public universities and private universities, whatever be the scenario in the world, people want to go out of the country, they want to go to the West, they want to go to the United States, they want to go to European Union, they want to travel around the world, and they know that world is not a peaceful place, but still they would like to travel for their higher education, for their career. So we are talking about a problematic world where maximum amount of our youngsters want to migrate from one country to another country. So the problem which Israel faces now, the problem which Russia faces now is not just their problem. At any given point, it can become our problem as well. And therefore, when we try and understand the United Nations workability, the United Nations actions, we need to understand that the problem of peace and the problem of violence is not somebody else's problem, it can also be our problem as well. Now, we also need to understand, apart from listening to scholars who are there on the dais, how do we imbibe the idea of peace in our mind? How do we internalize the idea of peace in our mind, and at the domestic level, at the state level, at the national level, and at the international level, peace becomes not just a buzzword. Peace becomes not just a jargon, but something we are basically able to grapple with. And therefore, if we are talking about esoteric notions like global peace, if we are talking about utopian notions like world peace, we need to understand that there has to be an idea of peace that is closer to us, closer to our house, maybe closer to the area that we are living with. So you cannot talk about global peace without talking about peace in Maharashtra, without talking about peace in India, without talking about peace in Manipur. So it is very good to basically have an advertorial campaign where we consider ourselves Vishwaguru and we say that our leader has stopped the war between Russia and Ukraine. and we come out with an advertorial campaign saying, war rukwa di papa, but beyond that discourse, we all need to move. If we are able to stop the war between Russia and Ukraine, so we should be able to stop the war between India and China, India and Pakistan, wars which are closer to us, and probably war in Manipur, or the battle in Manipur, which is very close to us. So we have to be a transparent society, we have to be a transparent polity, and because India plans to become Vishwaguru in the near future, we have to do something that the existing Vishwaguru, the United States, has been doing. We have to come out of those shackles, we have to come out of their shadow, we have to come out of their double standard and hypocrisy, and if we want to have a new version of peace, international security, and something that we want the world to understand, we will have to go back to our own roots. In the new education policy, we people are now talking about Indian knowledge system. But the Indian knowledge system, if we are very sincere about it, and if we want to internationalize the Indian knowledge system and try to tell the world that what you are speaking now about peace is something we have had from thousands of years ago, we must create a kind of new discourse of peace. We must create a kind of discourse, new discourse on healthy relationship in a multi-ethnic, multicultural society, because if India is able to manage peace within, then only we will be able to become torch bearers for the world in the near future to come. As far as the United Nations and the related bodies are concerned, whether they have succeeded, whether they have failed to a certain extent, that remains to be discussed. The question is, as Indians, as students who are actually studying now, and students who are more interested in their Instagram profiles than what is happening in Palestine or Gaza, or what is happening between Hamas and Hezbollah, we need to know that the individual identity has to somehow combine with the universal identity. And if we want that kind of camaraderie between the individual and the universal, we probably need to come out with our own myopic understanding of the self, our own myopic understanding of the collective self, and probably we need to think very clearly about what we are going to do with hyper-nationalism that has been narrated to us every day on prime time. What is happening in India is happening in South Asia, is happening in many developing countries. So if we want a more peaceful countries, rather than telling the world that their institutions need to be in place, we need to find out whether our own systems are in place, and whether we are capable of taking hold of the responsibility of leading the world in future. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Deepak Pawar, for a very strong statement and sharing your mind with us. Dear audience, time to invite the next eminent speaker, Professor Ruzana, Head of the Department of Oriental and African Studies, People's Friendship University of Moscow, Russia. Please, I request ma'am to address the gathering, please.
Thank you very much. First of all, I want to express my great gratitude to the organizers of this great meeting and conference. And it is a great honor to be here to share with you this joyful and peaceful. And I'm from Russia, and Russia and India, have a very long history of peaceful relationship and friendship. And it's rather, like a symbol that the university which I represent here, it's named People's Friendship University of Russia. And we have many students from India I have been during 20 years learning Sanskrit, Indian philosophy, and teach, and I'm representative of Indian culture in Russia. There are many monuments of Indian leaders and philosophers in Moscow, monuments of Mahatma Gandhi in the center of the Moscow, the square of Jawaharlal Nehru, etc. So I think that there are enough symbols to start, and it is, like frames of my speech. But first of all, I want, because I'm a historian of philosophy, my basic specialization, I want to remember some, historical symbols, historical meanings of very meaningful notions which are very important for peace in the world. And first and the most important is ahimsa. You know that in ancient and medieval India, the inevitability of war and tribal clashes was seen as something undesirable, but at the same time inevitable, because even under Buddhist kings, waging war was considered the normal state of the country. It was Mahatma Gandhi who introduced the meaning of the prohibition of wars into the doctrine of nonviolence. And although Gandhi owes a lot to the Bhagavad Gita in terms of a selfless service, nevertheless he was categorically opposed to the wars, the militarism, and the class system, in defense of which, as the values of Indian society of that era, the Bhagavad Gita was created to some extent. And Mahatma Gandhi, as we know, revived India, revived its unique and inimitable appearance. Some of his ideas did not fit into traditional Hindu teachings, so rejection of the caste system, preaching nonviolence, and the struggle for women's rights has, in a sense, other sources of influence related to the universal values proclaimed in various teachings around the world. Thanks to inherent conversion of Indian thought towards a democratic order, Gandhi managed to give India culture a new orientation after several centuries of stagnation and infuse new life into it. So he chose nonviolent resistance, which the British regarded as civil disobedience, as the main tool of the struggle against British rule. In fact, Gandhi introduces into revolutionary movement the concept of non-action and the humble patience of all subsequent punishments as a tool of struggle. We do not obey, but if we will not resist if you decide not to punish us for it. So India achieved independence in a noble, fabulous way in the best traditions of Indian movies, following the principle of non-violence, ahimsa, and the triumph of truth, satya. Non-violence, in its formulation by various religious traditions, shows that in different cultures and in different historical periods, diverse concepts and approaches are used to denote non-violent actions and attitudes. So Gandhi liberated India using its unique spiritual values. It's ahimsa. The principle of non-violence was originally associated with ajivika and meant the rejection of harm caused to another living being by word, thought, or action. So we know that the most consistent system regulating the practice of this main vow in the life of an adept was developed by Jainism. But of course, ahimsa has features. I will not, enumerate them. But what I want to say that, for example, so if we look into the history, ahimsa was initially associated with the system of thought which are not Brahmanical. But first mention of nonviolence as a moral virtue is contained in the Chandogya Upanishad, where word ahimsa used as self-sacrifice and self-restraint. Later, in the Yoga Sutra, the observance of ahimsa is presented as a mandatory requirement for everyone who wishes to be admitted to the practice of yoga. So Yoga Sutras of Patanjali consider in detail the auxiliary means of yoga, among which self-control is mentioned, and the main meaning of which is non-violence, the non-observance of which makes all other means fruitless. But if Gandhi significantly expanded the semantic field of the concept of non-violence in comparison with Leo Tolstoy's understanding of it. If Leo Tolstoy considered non-violence in the context of social life, then Gandhi considers it in relation to human nature. In the teachings of Leo Tolstoy, non-violence is opposed to violence and is considered unacceptable. For example, the Russian philosopher condemned any use of force, even by state bodies, in full accordance with the law. But in the teachings of Gandhi, violence is allowed for protection purposes. So the principle of violence is of particular importance since violence used against members of one society is evil. Thus, a necessary condition for the implementation of the ideal society project is the active actions of a person to transform the world. So it is a brief description of the history, very rude, and the meaning of the basic principle. But now I'm raising the question, why there is so strong, undesirable, and fear of any conflicts, even war conflict. If we look at any harm and violence and conflict from the point of creativity, we should agree that in some cases a conflict is the only way to provide the good life for every side of a conflict. If we strive for the peace around the world, we should attentively to listen everybody and of course ourselves. And if there is a conflict with our own interests, we must tell about it, and we must be ready to conflict and defend ourselves. Of course, keeping our peaceful state of mind, but using all resources, even fighting if it demands. As I see, we should distinguish two levels. The first one, governmental. Here, ahimsa could be possible on the ideological character. A leader wants peace, wants a peacefulness, relationship with other countries. He wants peacefulness in his own country, but he also must to practice his dharma as a ruler. It means to defend the borders, to defend his people, etc. And Bhagavad Gita, in a sense, about it, tells us about it. And the second level is personal. When a person makes a personal decision to practice ahimsa, Gandhi prefers this level because the personal decision of every Indian people, every Indian man, every Indian human being would be more powerful and more safe than other institutional measures and more effective. It needs only a feeling of personal responsibility, which was not possible if we stay in the frame of the caste system, etc. That is why he modernified and changed a little bit Bhagavad Gita teaching. So ahimsa really is a great resource to face any type of evil, probably the only one when a person makes a free decision and tells to evil, I'm not on your side, without further discussion. So I want to complete with Sanskrit phrase, shloka, which in peaceful manner, Sarvepi sukhinah santu, sarve santu niramayah, sarve bhadrani pashyantu, na kaschit dukkam apnuyat. Thank you very much. Bahut dhanyavad.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much for connecting dots and giving us the guidelines. Thank you. May I now invite the next eminent speaker, Honorable Tej Vidya ma'am, Managing Trustee, Tejagana Foundation, Pune. She's been working with Tejagana Foundation for the last 25 years and has been an impacting experience across 450 cities and 25 countries. Please put your hands together to welcome Honorable Tej Vidya Ma'am, Managing Trustee, Tej Gyan Foundation, Pune.
सभी को शुभेच्छा, हैप्पी थॉट्स। द डिग्निटरीज ऑन द स्टेज, गेस्ट जो सामने बैठे हैं और सारे स्टूडेंट्स, सभी को शुभेच्छा, हैप्पी थॉट्स, गुड मॉर्निंग। आई एम हियर ऑन बिहाफ ऑफ तेज ज्ञान फाउंडेशन, हैप्पी थॉट्स जो पूना में ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है। आई एम हियर ऑन बिहाफ ऑफ तेज ज्ञान फाउंडेशन टू टॉक विथ यू ऑन पीस। तेज ज्ञान फाउंडेशन is a charitable institute working from last 25 years. तेज ज्ञान फाउंडेशन एक चैरिटेबल इंस्टीट्यूट है। उच्चतम विकसित समाज का निर्माण करना तेज ज्ञान का मुख्य लक्ष्य है। ज्ञान देते हैं सर्षि, एनलाइटेंड मास्टर, जिनकी वाणी सुनकर, जिनके ग्रंथों को पढ़कर आज लाखों फैमिलीज खुशियों से अपना जीवन जी रहे हैं, प्रेम, आनंद, मौन, शांति में अपना जीवन जी रहे हैं। यहाँ पर अब हम सर्षि से कुछ सुनने वाले हैं। सुनने के पहले मैं सभी को रिक्वेस्ट करती हूँ, कैन यू ऑल से गुड मॉर्निंग। क्या सभी स्टेज पर बैठे हुए डिग्नेटरीज और सभी, क्या सभी गुड मॉर्निंग कह सकते हैं? तो चलो मिलकर गुड मॉर्निंग कहते हैं। गुड मॉर्निंग, गुड मॉर्निंग। तो हम समझने वाले हैं सर्षि से ये कौन सा गुड मॉर्निंग है। ये कौन सा गुड मॉर्निंग है? जब हमने गुड मॉर्निंग कहा तो वी आर गिवर ऑफ गुड मॉर्निंग। आपने गुड मॉर्निंग कहा तो आप गुड मॉर्निंग के गिवर हो, बट हु इज़ द रिसीवर? तो रिसीवर कौन है ये हम सर्षि से सुनने वाले हैं। कौन है वह रिसीवर? और ये गुड मॉर्निंग कौन सा गुड मॉर्निंग है? सिर्फ मॉर्निंग में ही गुड मॉर्निंग कहना है ऐसा नहीं, दोपहर को भी कह सकते हैं, शाम को भी कह सकते हैं, रात को भी कह सकते हैं और दुख में भी कह सकते हैं गुड मॉर्निंग। तो आइए हम सब मिलकर समझते हैं सर्षि से ये कौन सा गुड मॉर्निंग है। मैं यहाँ पर बैठे हुए सभी को रिक्वेस्ट करती हूँ, एक छोटा सा वीडियो है, बिल्कुल शॉर्ट टाइम का वीडियो है, हम बिल्कुल ध्यान से सुनते हैं। ऑल बी प्लीज़ रिसेप्टिव टू लिसन सर्षि। सर्षि एनलाइटेंड मास्टर है और आज के युग को ध्यान में रखते हुए आज लोगों को आसान भाषा में क्या समझ सकता है, आसानी से पीस कैसे ला सकते हैं, सर्षि हंसते हंसाते बताते हैं। तो आइए सब मिलकर सर्षि को सुनते हैं और इसमें छोटा मेडिटेशन सर्षि करवाते हैं। उस मेडिटेशन में जब सर्षि करवाएंगे तो प्लीज़ आई रिक्वेस्ट नाउ ओनली कि तभी हम मेडिटेटिव पोस्चर में रहे, ध्यान मुद्रा में बैठे, आँख बंद करके बैठे। तो नाउ लेट अस लिसन सर्षि एनलाइटेंड मास्टर, तेज ज्ञान फाउंडेशन, हैप्पी थॉट्स। धन्यवाद।
प्यारे खोजियों, आप सबको शुभेच्छा, हैप्पी थॉट्स। वर्ल्ड पीस लाना है ना, तो वर्ल्ड पीस, पीस बाय पीस, पीस पीस पीस, टुकड़ा, एक एक टुकड़ा। फर्स्ट पीस क्या होगा? आंतरिक, अंदर से शांति मिली है क्या? एक इंसान ने अपने मित्र से कहा, फला पर्सन का बेटा गुम हो गया, मैंने सलाह दी तो मेरी पिटाई की। क्यों मारा? क्या सलाह दी? तो मैंने उसको सलाह दी कि गूगल पर सर्च करो। तो आंतरिक पीस गूगल पर सर्च मत करो। अंदर सर्च करना है ये, क्योंकि आपका पीस आपके पास है। पहला पीस, पीस फर्स्ट, शांति को पहले लाना है, फिर हमें व्यवहार करना है, क्योंकि शांति प्राप्त करके जो व्यवहार होगा वो सही ही होगा। क्योंकि लोगों की चेतना उठ गई तो सब होने ही वाला है। वरना लोग जो भी समस्याएं सुलझाना चाहते हैं, आतंकवाद की या ग्लोबल वार्मिंग की सुलझाना चाहते, या भुखमरी की, हजारों तरह की समस्याएं सुलझाने के लिए, पर्यावरण को ठीक रखने के लिए अलग अलग लोग कार्य कर रहे हैं। सभी समस्याएं सुलझ सकती अगर लोगों की चेतना उठे। तो हम इन सब बातों को समझते हुए हर टीचर, हर डॉक्टर, हर पेरेंट अगर ये करने लग जाए तो विश्व की चेतना उठ सकती है। लेफ्ट ब्रेन और राइट ब्रेन दोनों तरह के लोगों का रोल है, किसी को कम ज्यादा मत समझना। हिंदू, मुसलमान, सिख, ईसाई कोई अलग अलग है, सबका रोल है। सभी अलग दृष्टिकोण से उसी चीज को देख रहे, मगर हर एक अपने दृष्टिकोण को मनवाना चाहे तो क्या होगा? फिर तो झगड़ा ही होगा। नहीं, तुम मेरा दृष्टिकोण मानो। मेरा हेलीकॉप्टर से देखोगे तो कहोगे कि नहीं, ये भी जो बोल रहा है सही बोल रहा है, ये भी बोल रहा है सही बोल रहा है, ये यहां बैठा है, ये यहां बैठा है, इसको ये नंबर 6 दिख रहा है, ये इसको नंबर 9 दिख रहा है। जो हेलीकॉप्टर से देख रहा है वो सबका दृष्टिकोण देख रहा है। कह रहे सभी एक ही चीज देख रहे हैं, सिर्फ इनको एक दृष्टि लक्ष्य दिया जाए। तो विश्व को दृष्टि लक्ष्य की आवश्यकता है। कैसे ये पीस कार्य करे? एक इंसान जो यात्रा करता है उसको डर रहता है एक्सीडेंट का ऑलवेज। उसका डर कैसे जाता है? वह यात्रा के पहले 2 मिनट आंख बंद करके बैठता है, गुड मॉर्निंग पीस कहता है, और 2 मिनट के बाद अब पीस ही ड्राइविंग करेगा, पीस ही संभालेगा। और वो देखता है कि इस छोटे से कार्य से उसका डर समाप्त होता है, क्योंकि अब पीस कैसे काम करता है ये देखना है। तो प्रैक्टिस के साथ देखोगे कि वो नेक्स्ट समझ में आते जाएगा। तो जिस पीस से ये संसार निकला है वही उसको ठीक कर सकता। पीस को इनवाइट करने की आवश्यकता है, क्योंकि बहुत तरह की बातें जो दिख रही है सभी पीस ही चाहती है। पीस से कोई हमें देखे। तो कुछ लोग ये प्रयोग जरूर करें, जब भी लगे शोर बढ़ रहा है तुरंत आंख बंद करोगे, जहां आंख बंद करने की सुविधा नहीं आंख खुली में ही कहोगे गुड मॉर्निंग पीस। कुछ समझ में नहीं आ रहा है, कोई बात नहीं, गुड मॉर्निंग पीस। कंफ्यूजन लग रहा है, गुड मॉर्निंग पीस। समस्या दिखी नहीं कि आप कहते हो गुड मॉर्निंग पीस, यानी अभी पीस को काम करने देना है। 2 मिनट आंख बंद करके सिर्फ पीस को जगाते हैं, अब तुम ही ये कार्य करने वाले हो। और फिर आंख खोल के देखते हैं क्या होता है। तो आपको आश्चर्य होता है कि ऑटोमेटिक सुलझन दिखाई देती है। समय के साथ मन को भी सबूत मिलेंगे कि पीस कैसे पीस लाता है। मगर ये याद दिलाना, ये समझ याद रहना आपसे बुलवाएगी गुड मॉर्निंग पीस। ये याद आना इसकी ट्रेनिंग है। तो थोड़ी देर आंख बंद करके देखो। सभी आंखें बंद रखें। आंख बंद रखते हुए जो विचार चल रहे हैं ये शोर हैं। शोर जब बंद होता है तो पीस को प्रकट होने का मौका मिलता है। पीस कहीं गया नहीं। तो इस वक्त आपकी उपस्थिति कैसी हो ताकि पीस प्रकट हो। बच्चा जब कई सारे खिलौनों के साथ कमरे में खेल रहा है तो कुछ खिलौने टूट गए हैं, कुछ बिखरे हैं, चारों तरफ कपड़े, खिलौने, स्कूल का बैग, पुस्तकें, रंग, ब्रश, पेन, कोई तारतम्य नहीं। मगर जब बच्चा सो जाता है तो माँ आकर उन सब चीज़ों को ठीक कर देती है। बच्चे ने क्या मदद की? बच्चे ने चुप होकर सोकर मदद की। आपको भी वही करना है। आपके जीवन की समस्याएं देखो, रिश्तों में, स्वास्थ्य में, पैसों की, पड़ोसियों की, देश की बिखरी हुई समस्याएं जीवन के हर आयाम पर पीस आ जाए। पीस को पीस पर काम करने देता हूं। तो इस ध्यान में समझ को रखते हुए अपने अंदर जाएंगे। विचारों के पीछे जो पीस है उसे कहेंगे गुड मॉर्निंग, और फिर चुप हो जाना है। विचारों के पीछे जो पीस है उसे कहेंगे गुड मॉर्निंग, और फिर चुप हो जाना है। पीस को पीस पर काम करने देता हूँ। गुड मॉर्निंग पीस कहते ही पीस प्रकट हुआ। गुड मॉर्निंग पीस। इस वक्त जो बेशर्त आनंद महसूस हो रहा है, बेशर्त मौन महसूस हो रहा है, उसी आनंद, उसी मौन, उसी प्रेम से आंखें खोलकर चारों तरफ का हर दृश्य देखना है। आप नहीं देखेंगे, मौन ही देखेगा, पीस ही देखेगा। इस समझ के साथ सभी आंखें खोलकर चारों ओर देखें। वर्ल्ड को देखें। वर्ल्ड पीस लाने के लिए ऐसे लोग चाहिए जैसे इस वक्त बैठे हैं।
यस, सभी आंखें खोलते हैं। गुड मॉर्निंग। तो ये कौन सा मॉर्निंग है? जब सुबह उठते हैं हम, है ना, उठते हैं, जागते हैं तो कोई हमें गुड मॉर्निंग कहता है। तो ये कौन सा गुड मॉर्निंग है? अंदर पीस जागा है। गुड मॉर्निंग किसे कहा गया है? जो अपने अंदर सोर्स है, सेल्फ है, साक्षी है, ईश्वर है, अल्लाह है, गुरु है, गॉड है, ग्रेस है, उसे बुलाया गया है। वो पीस है हमारे अंदर। जब भी कोई समस्या में है तो अपने अंदर इनवाइट करें उस पीस को। गुड मॉर्निंग पीस कहते ही हम उस पीस को इनवाइट करेंगे और पीस को ही कार्य करने देंगे। तो हर एक ने अपना पीस संभाला तो वर्ल्ड पीस क्या है? बड़ा आसान है। तो ये प्रैक्टिकल है। तेज ज्ञान सरशी क्या देते हैं? प्रैक्टिकल स्पिरिचुअलिटी। तो तेज ज्ञान प्रैक्टिकल स्पिरिचुअलिटी है। गुड मॉर्निंग क्या है? गुड मॉर्निंग पीस। पीस को इनवाइट करना प्रैक्टिकल स्पिरिचुअलिटी है। तो दिन में कोई भी समस्या है तो अपने पीस को हम बुलाएं, देखें, अनुभव करें कि स्टूडेंट से यहाँ पर कभी परेशान होते हैं तो शांत बैठे कुछ पल और अपने अंदर के पीस को बुलाए। क्योंकि आज हुआ क्या है? आज पीस खो गया है। उसके मुख्य कारण यह भी है क्योंकि पॉज ख़त्म हुआ है। आज हमें दो शब्द मिलने वाले हैं क्योंकि सरशी क्या कहते हैं? आज विश्व को नए धर्म की ज़रूरत नहीं है, आज एक ऐसे धागे की ज़रूरत है जो सभी धर्मों को जोड़ती है। और वो धागा कौन सा है? अंडरस्टैंडिंग ऑफ पीस। पीस को अंडरस्टैंड करने का वो धागा है जो सभी धर्मों को जोड़ता है। आज पीस क्या है? सोर्स है, सेल्फ है, साक्षी, ये सभी धर्मों के लिए एक ही है। तो लेट अस इनवाइट पीस फ्रॉम विद इन, उसी को हम इनवाइट करते हैं। आज यहाँ पर हम दो वर्ड्स लेकर जाएंगे। दो कौन से वर्ड है? एक गुड मॉर्निंग पीस है जिसके साथ हम पीस, गुड मॉर्निंग पीस कहेंगे, और दूसरा एक है कि पॉज। आज सबसे बड़ा प्रॉब्लम क्या है कि लोगों के जीवन में पॉज ख़त्म हुआ है। कोरोना आया तो पता तो चला कि कोरोना जैसी समस्या आई है, मगर आज पीस ख़त्म हो गया है, पॉज ख़त्म हो गया है। लोग जानते नहीं है पॉज इज़ द बिगेस्ट प्रॉब्लम, कि पॉज ख़त्म होने के वजह से पीस ख़त्म हुआ है। कहाँ पॉज ख़त्म हुआ है? कि काम ख़त्म हो गया, कि हमने मोबाइल ले लिया हाथ में। तो रुको थोड़ा, कि थोड़ा रुको, उसमें पॉज डालो, वो पॉज ही पीस है। सब ने अपना पॉज डाला तो पीस अपने आप आएगा। जब भी हमने काम ख़त्म किया तो थोड़ा रुको। आई थैंक माई मास्टर फॉर पुटिंग अस अ हैबिट ऑफ पुटिंग पॉज इन आवर लाइफ्स। कि एक पॉज डालने की हैबिट हर घंटे में 1 मिनट, 1 मिनट, 2 मिनट, मैजिकल टाइम सरशी ने हम सब में अंदर डाला है कि उस समय रुको थोड़ा और पॉज लो। तो मोबाइल के इस भीड़ भाड़ में हम जानते ही नहीं है कि विश्व में बड़ी समस्या आ चुकी है कि लोगों ने पॉज ही ख़त्म कर दिया है। कुछ हुआ नहीं तो हमने मोबाइल को लेना शुरू कर दिया है। तो प्लीज़ यहाँ पर सारों को मेरा रिक्वेस्ट है कि अपने जीवन में हम पॉज डालें। तो आज हम पीस एक शब्द लेकर जा रहे हैं, पॉज एक शब्द लेकर जा रहे हैं। पीस के लिए है गुड मॉर्निंग पीस, और पॉज के लिए है समस्या हो न हो पॉज डालो, कारण हो न हो पॉज डालो, दुख हो न हो पॉज डालो। माय डियर फ्रेंड्स, लेट अस ऑल come together and take care of our peace so we can achieve world peace immediately. Thank you. बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद प्रोफेसर कराड़ को, दिल से धन्यवाद। थैंक यू वेरी मच। धन्यवाद। थैंक यू सरशी फॉर गिविंग दिस अपॉर्चुनिटी। धन्यवाद। हैप्पी थॉट्स।
Thank you,
And
ma'am.
also I request 1 minute. Also I request, अगर ये पॉज की हैबिट डालनी है, पीस की हैबिट डालनी है, तो 21 डेज इसको चैलेंज लेते हैं और अपने जीवन में इसको हैबिट बनाते हैं। थैंक यू वेरी मच।
Thank you so much, ma'am. Please, huge round of applause for Tej Vidya, ma'am, for giving us another experience of bliss. Dear audience, it's time for the presidential address. May I please kindly request a great humanitarian, visionary, educationalist, torchbearer of peace, the creator of this gigantic World Peace Dome, the UNESCO chairholder, revered Professor Dr. Vishwanath Karad, sir. Please put your hands together for revered Professor Dr. Vishwanath Karad, sir, for his presidential address of this 8th session.
All my learned friends, the men of scholarship, men of vision and a great insight, sitting on the dais, and all my dear friends sitting in front for a search or a pathway for world peace. I am just reminding myself in the year 1995-96, when for the first time I had a journey to UK, England, the country which ruled half the world at that time, and India too. I had also the fortune of meeting the Pope Paul II that time. Very fortunately, we had a small brief discussion, and I said that time I was not knowing exactly how to address the Pope Paul. You know what the Rome stands for, what the Pope Paul II stands for, and especially when yesterday the present Pope, who gave an address through a small note and which was read in this very hall. Journeys for almost 30 years, and which is a reminder to me and my friends that when we have been trying to understand and search and seek the meaning of what peace stands for, Satya or Ahimsa, the truth and the non-violence. The journey starting from Tathagat Gautama Buddha to Mahatma Gandhi. ये दो बातों का, दो तत्वज्ञान का उच्चारण याद आती है इस वक्त पर। पता नहीं जर्नी चली 1996 के बाद, वैसे तो for the last 45 years trying to understand the meaning of what spirituality stands for. अध्यात्म शास्त्र क्या है और विज्ञान क्या है, इसी की खोज में ये बना spiritually oriented scientific laboratory कहने लगा दुनिया में. It is not my creation, or the vision what I'm talking about. But for last so many years, this is being discussed again and again on almost for the last 9 to 10 parliaments and more than 50 to 60 seminars and conferences world over. Now we stand in today's world of turmoil, the chaos, confusion, bloodshed, massacre, terrorism, and horrifying violence. क्यों किसके लिए पता नहीं, but the most powerful nations of the whole world, the members who are the members of the Security Council, security for whom and for what purpose? And those Security Council members are possibly having a clash among themselves. The United Nations or the UNESCO, पता नहीं क्यों चुप है. ये स्थिति जो देखो, मुझसे ज़्यादा आप ज़्यादा जानकार है कि वर्ल्ड ओवर अभी कहा गया मेरे भाइयों ने, मेरी बहन प्रोफेसर रुजाना शू from Russia, all the way coming from Russia and speaking in this very hall and giving her vision of the mission of Mahatma Gandhi. The truth and non-violence were the two words which she used. He made a mention about Bhagavad Gita. But you know, friends, that day before, we had a divine blessing ceremony on this munch, on this stage, wherein we had the men of all the religions of the whole world, starting with Hinduism, Christianity, and all other religions of the world. And we are trying to seek the meaning and essence and philosophy of what each religion stands for. And we understood for a while, at least, that religion is nothing but our duty. Duty toward the mother, the father, the family, the society, the nation, and the whole world. All these discussions we have been experiencing for the last 2 days. But for many years, this institution, which has come up to this very unique stage and seeking your advice, your words of wisdom, because we feel little confused what should be the outcome of this conference itself. What will really happen? Will the message reach these great powerful nations and their heads of states? The nation states. I made a mention to you, friends, that I don't know, I have sent the literature to almost 700 nations, 700 heads of states and the leaders. I think the leaders are many, but Mahatma Gandhi एक statesman जिसे बोला जाता है. There's the difference between a statesman and a leader. And we are now trying to search in that quest. I have a booklet in my hand, one of the friends which addressed you in the inaugural session. The man who produced the first supercomputer in the whole world gave a new insight. I don't know what happened to him, but forgetting his own self, he wrote an article and he says that letter is a mail to Mahatma. क्या लिखा है? He writes a letter to Mahatma Gandhi. पता नहीं, he says he doesn't know who is the writer. But as a person, Vijay Bhatkar speaking this truth, and he says, Mahatma, you being a great Mahatma, Mahan Atma, Atma, Paramatma, soul, the spirit, all these words he has used, And he says, you being a great Mahatma, Mahanatma, Paramatma, yourself, you may be anywhere in the whole space, the entire universe. I don't know where you are, but I'm giving a clarion call to come back and show the pathway to the whole entire humanity, how and what way to live and what way not to live. इसी की खोज में यह खत लिखा है, बड़ा सुंदर है, आप पढ़ने की कोशिश करो, सबको दिया जाएगा. लेकिन as I see that this parliament which we have been trying to understand ourselves, we are not to preach or teach anybody. We are here to learn and understand our duty, understand the real nature of the universe, the laws of the nature. यह शक क्यों है भाई? Why this suspiciousness? No nation, I don't want to blame anyone, including India, but it's America, the Britain, the Russia, the Germany, the France, and all the nations which are being mentioned from morning about the various conflicting countries and killing millions of children and people. For what cause? For the ego and जिसे घमंड बोला जाता है. सेल्फ स्वार्थ है, घमंड है और ईगो है. पता नहीं अपने ही लोग, अपना ही कोई नेता, ऐसी दशा है कि डर लगता है. And इसलिए we have said that my friend Mr. Giridate and myself, while discussing with our witness and everybody, possibly दिशा क्या है? Which is the pathway which we should adopt? Or after especially the coronavirus, which had clearly given a signal of nothing but death. डर है भाई मरने का, including the presidents and the prime ministers and the heads of states and heads of all the great institutions too. They were hiding behind the doors, including myself. पता नहीं कैसे कौन सी दिशा में जाएगा. All the chemical weapons, the biological weapons, the atomic weapons. And there is a stockpiling of all these weapons, horrifying weapons. One click and it is finished. The entire earth will get into ashes within a fraction of a second. And we are the creators. And we are sitting on that horrifying stockpiling of the weapons. What for? And the Hiroshima, the first destruction which took place by this weapon, atomic bomb, it's a bell from Hiroshima ringing once again to give a clarion call to the entire human race. Says, be careful. The bell has started ringing on its own. Nobody is ringing. The nature itself is trying to ring that bell, giving a message how to behave and how not to behave for promoting the culture of peace. ऐसी बहुत सी बातें हैं भाई. पता नहीं ये जो आवाज़ है इस संत ज्ञानेश्वर और संत तुकाराम के नाम पे बनी, बट खोज है अल्बर्ट आइंस्टाइन के भाष्य की. Who says, oh my friends, now I realize and I believe in God who reveals himself in the orderly harmony of the universe. ये भाषा आइंस्टाइन की है भाई, मेरी नहीं. और यही भाषा है जो दिशा दिखाती है कि you should start. Afternoon we have a session on Om and genome. What is consciousness? What is reality? What is the ultimate state? बड़े चिंतन है, लेकिन इसकी आगे फल क्या होगा भाई? Can this message reach those great people who decide the future of the world? Who are those people? The Americans, the British, the Chinese, or India, or Russia, or any other country world over? Is only the fear complex which is making us sit here and speak and at least do your duty to contribute something so that we can save this Mother Earth and the entire human race. Thank you, friends. I'm grateful to you. I'll read out to you some small quotation on this occasion. It is from Atharva Veda quotation. It's not a religious quotation, remember, friends, because it belongs to Hinduism. Hindu and Hindavi makes the difference. It says, fellowship. Friends, we are the birds of the same nest. We may wear different skins. We may speak different tongues. We may believe in different religions. We may belong to different cultures. Yet, we share the same home, the Mother Earth. A Mother Earth, born on the same planet, covered by the same skies, gazing at the same stars, breathing the same air. We must learn to progress together or miserably perish together. For a person can live individually, but can only survive collectively is the true law of the nature, which is common for all of us. Thank you, friends.
Huge round of applause for our own inspiration, founder and chief patron of MITS MIT Pune and president MIT World Peace University, revered Professor Vishwanath Karad, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you for guiding us. Before I invite distinguished Professor Dr. Anju Upadhyay for the vote of thanks, I must announce that the next session would begin right away after this session, so there is no movement expected from the audience. Kindly be seated. May I now invite distinguished Professor Dr. Anju Upadhyay, distinguished professor at MIT World Peace University and a global fellow at Peace Research Institute Oslo, PRIO, MIT World Peace University, to address and propose vote of thanks.
Thank you very much, Dr. Gadekar. After listening to the revered founder of this wonderful institution, one is so lost in the wonderful ideas that a very routine thing like extending a vote of thanks looks kind of mundane. Still, this is the tradition that each session has to get the honor of expressing their gratitude to all the people who made these sessions interesting, valuable, and worthy of the time that we spend here. To begin with, my very, very humble and very heartfelt gratitude to revered Dr. Vishwanath Karad sir, who is the founder of this entire universe that we call Mayor's Institution, and of course the wonderful university, MIT World Peace University, for having made this as a regular institution, the World Peace Parliament that addresses not only peace but also addresses the link between spiritualism, science, religion, and to attempt to find a connectivity in this entire phenomena. It has been a treat attending these congresses, parliaments for the past 2 years, and I hope and pray that this continues to be the case for time immemorial. The session, as we know, started with very grim realization of the place where the world is standing today. It is horrifying to see the number of deaths that are happening all across the world. And one feels, has humanity gone mad? Have they actually decided to annihilate themselves? The session started with these very ironic reminders from Professor Priyanka Upadhyay, who introduced the theme to us, followed by equally eminent people like the Teshi, Dr. Rizvi, Dr. Gaurav Jha, Sanjay ji, Deepak, Ruzana ji, and of course, Meera Khanna ji, and my dear friend from the Good Morning Foundation. That's what I could gather right now. We're indeed very blessed to have covered this entire phenomena of the real world, and not the real world, but the inner world. So the lessons that we take from this morning's session, much to the efforts and initiatives and the troubles that each one of these honorable speakers have taken, are that this is the time to think about the fact that peace is no longer an option. If there is no effort for peace, there will be no world. And this needs to be walked. This cannot remain just a talk. There's an English expression, please walk the talk. We are grateful to the God Almighty, to this wonderful structures and institutions for giving us these quiet times to reflect and to think. As a teacher, one would also like to evoke that sense in us that wherever we are located, whatever is our role in life, we should take, even if it is a small step, one step to ensure inner, local, regional, and global peace. The entire humanity is at stake, and we have a collection of bright, meritorious young adults here who need to see the end of the 21st century. The subheading of this session was, will the world survive to see the end of the 21st century? And believe me, my friends, that's not just an aphorism, that's just not a stage dialogue, but there is a real challenge. The challenge is way too closer home as well. We have suffered one of the most violent phases of humanity. We recall, of course, Mahatma Gandhi ji was not there when I was born, but we recall the assassination of two of our prime ministers, and we recall the mayhem that succeeded. We study about the partitions and the violence that has happened. We don't want to go there. We don't want to repeat that. So as revered Professor Karad said, what is it that is troubling the humanity? Is it identity? Is it false, sense of privilege? Is it just sheer vague kind of a self-respect, or simply an assertion of dominance or power? But always we have to remember, as was taught in this morning session, that basically you need to remember Gandhi, our revered friend from Moscow, reminded us of the Gandhian dictum of peace and ahimsa. And we also need to remember that Gandhi believed that identify yourself with the larger humanity. Identify yourself with the bigger reality and try to sacrifice your petty self-interest in the favor of larger goodness. With these words, I would like to extend my vote of thanks to the organizers on whose behalf I stand here, to the wonderful team, the technical team who's been making this possible, to the beautiful Shankadhwani people. When I came to this hall a day before, I thought it must be a recorded sound. No, this Shankadhwani is very much live, and may I, overstep my brief to ask the technical team to focus on these people so that the audience here knows that this is a real Shankadhwani, that that the whole aura is being generated as a pious aura. With these words, I would once again like to thank each one of you for making this session so very lively. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for proposing vote of thanks. May I request all the dignitaries to kindly rise for a group photograph. Kindly hold the brochure of World Parliament in your hands so that our technical team can capture this moment and allow us to record this for the official purposes. So let us all, I request all the members to kindly hold the brochure of the World Parliament. Technical team, kindly capture this historic moment. Thank you all. Thank you so much. May I now invite Associate Dean Professor Milind Patre sir to take over for the next session. Sir, please.
Thank you. 9 of the 10th World Parliament of Science, Spirituality, Religion and Philosophy. And what an outstanding name for the session. Maybe for the first time, the session like this, with a very specific name, Genome to Om. Genome identifies with the matter, Om identifies or resembles with consciousness. Genome identifies with science, and Om identifies with spirituality. Very fortunately, the book called Genome to Om, just last month it was authored and published by Dr. Bhushan Patwardhan and Honorable Indu Ramchandanaji. And we have a privilege that both these authors are there in the audience, please. Please have a huge round of applause for Honorable Dr. Bhushan Patwardhanji and Honorable Indu Ramchandanaji. It's really a privilege that the author of this, one of the best books relating to science and spirituality together, the authors are here to express their views in this wonderful session. We have so many other distinguished guests in the audience today. Dr. Bhushan Patwardhan himself is a former Vice Chairman of the UGC New Delhi. Honorable Professor Dr. Shekhar Mandeji is a distinguished professor SPPU and former Director General CSIR and Secretary DSIR Government of India. Welcome, sir, here on the dais. We have the privilege of having Honorable Professor Sharad Deshpandeji. He is a former Professor of Philosophy at University of Pune and recipient of Tagore Fellow at IIS Shimla. He is a renowned professor and writer. Welcome, Professor Sharad Deshpandeji. We have the privilege of having Honorable Dr. Pramod Pandeji. He is an eminent scholar and thinker. And we have the distinguished speaker and the co-author of this wonderful book, Honorable Indu Ramchandanaji. He is a writer, editorial consultant, and former South Asia editor-in-chief, Encyclopedia Britannica. You must have heard the Britannica Encyclopedia so many times. So we have such an august gathering, and of course, our own revered Professor Dr. Vishwanath D. Karad, sir. Friends, let me tell you that Genome to Om, evolving journey of modern science to meta-science, and our revered Professor Dr. Vishwanath Karad, sir, always believed in the mesmerizing statement of Swami Vivekananda, which altered the journey of his life, the union of science and spirituality. So, Genome to Om, science and spirituality, when we say Ekam Sat Vipra Bauddha Vadanti, truth is one, but all the learned people say it in very many phrases and names. Same is the case here also, Genome to Om, or union of science and spirituality. And on the top of that, the greatest scientist of the world, probably Dr. Albert Einstein, when he made E equal to mc square, the formula, the equation which revolutionized the whole world, and revered Professor Dr. Vishwanath Karad, sir, went a step ahead and made a formula which represents not only the scientific component, but the spiritual mystic component also. Sir said, with the Albert Einstein equation of E equal to mc square, sir added, Om tends to E equal to mc square, that everything that there is, exists, is all represents in the Om, as Einstein said, it represents in the universal energy. And so this session is going to have a treat for all those scientific mindset, as well as all those professing religion as the basis entity of this world. To get the overall idea of the session, may I request my technical team to play the themes video of this session.
Genome to Om explores the desired transition from modern science to meta-science, blending ethical, moral, and spiritual insights while recognizing the interconnectedness of all aspects of life. It emphasizes a holistic scientific approach, talking of the marvels of science and technology and the consequent perils that have engulfed all living beings and the planet itself, the wonders of the cosmos, life's origin, and most of all, the goal and purpose of life's journey. Genome represents the dynamic modern science, while Om embodies universal consciousness as the ultimate reality, an endeavor to bridge the gap between empirical knowledge and higher order wisdom, advocating an innovative, inclusive, technologically advanced, yet spiritually enriched and ethically grounded future. The daring proposal seeks the possibility of progressing from the Anthropocene to an ideal Om-scene epoch. Genome to Om offers hope for the meaningful progression to a meta-society and the onward journey towards harmony between scientific progress and timeless human values to reach our full potential, seeking unity in diversity for universal peace and well-being, and to continue the journey of life the Om way.
Thank you very much, thank you so much. And now to put the ball rolling for the theme address of the session, I am going to invite a very, very special person, Dr. Bhushan Patwardhan, former Vice Chairman UGC. He is a prominent academic researcher, widely recognized for his expertise in Ayurveda, integrative medicine, and healthcare innovation. As the former Vice Chairman of the UGC and the former Director of the Interdisciplinary School of Health Sciences at SPPU, Pune, he has significantly influenced higher education in India. He has over 150 published research papers in international journals and several edited books. And his contributions to Ayurveda and healthcare have been honored with prestigious awards, including the Padma Shri in 2013 and the National Award for Best Researchers in Ayurveda in 2010. Please put a huge round of applause and welcome Dr. Bhushan Patwardhan.
Thank you very much. Thank you MIT. Thank you Dr. Vishwanath Karad for this session based on our book Genome to Om, Evolving Journey of Modern Science to Meta-Science. Let me tell you that the idea of this book emerged right in the MIT event. And my mind goes back to year 2000 when the Indian Science Congress was one of the sessions hosted by Dr. Vishwanath Karad in Alandi, right on the bank of river Indrayani. On one side, there were Nobel laureates sitting and top of the top scientists, and on the other side, there were revered saints coming from different parts of India. And this was, sir, such a memorial experience which imprinted in my mind the link between science and spirituality. So the root of this idea actually comes from Dr. Vishwanath Karad and MIT group, and that's why I'm very happy that this book discussion is happening at MIT event here. Subsequently, I have several discussions with Dr. Vishwanath Karad, and at that time I was working on understanding Ayurvedic concept of Prakriti. You know Prakriti, there are three types of dosha Prakriti, Vat, Pitta, Kapha. And my work was to understand genetic basis of Prakriti, which is now known as Ayurgenomics. A new branch has emerged from that work which we started. While I was working on that, I was also reading Upanishad, and I was also discussing this with Dr. Vishwanath Karad. That time in my mind, the idea of the book emerged, which was known as Om to Genome. And Dr. Alex Hankey, who is also sitting here, one of the great scholars from Cambridge University, Alex was at that time working closely with me, and his friend, Brian Josephson, Nobel laureate from physics, we spent time with discussing this idea of the book on Cambridge campus, Alex, me, and Brian Josephson. Brian Josephson is a quantum physicist, and his current project is on mind-matter unification. So all this you'll see that it has culminated in this book, So Om to Genome, the trajectory, as I was thinking more, I thought that it's not the right trajectory because Om to Genome is not the right direction. Dr. Karat, you also said that time, that finally science will have to come to spirituality. So we changed the title and now it is Genome to Om because while modern science has made so much of progress, most of that technological developments have been for our own greed, to satisfy our own ego, for more and more profits, and not that much for benefit of people, well-being, universal well-being, or for nature for that matter. So we felt that modern science need to take a pause, look back, and decide the trajectory for the future. And we thought that in this decision-making process, our ancient wisdom coming from Vedas, Upanishads, Gita, Swami Vivekananda's thoughts, Patanjali Yoga Sutra. So these are the basic resources which we have used. But we have tried to present it to the audience based on the contemporary manner using science as the basis. More about the book, my co-author, Dr. Indu Ramchandani, will talk about, so I will not go into the book and its structure and its chapter-wise evolution, which you yourself will be able to read and join. But essentially, we are talking about, in our Jnana Parampara, there is something like Gyan, which is more about information and knowledge. Then comes Vigyan, which is Vishesha Gyan, which you can connect with modern science or genomics or genome for this purpose, book purpose. But there is something else, because Vijnan or science believes in what we can measure. But there are several things which we cannot measure. Anubhav and Anubhuti. What is the difference in this? Scientific experimentation and experiences. How do you really understand that and comprehend? What do you mean by mind? Where is that mind? What is the consciousness? All these are searching questions. So this book presents more questions, but enough information for you to discover your own answers. We are not giving any answers in this book, but we are empowering, trying to empower you to find answers for these searching questions. So, Gyan, Vijnan, and Vijnan to Pragyan, Prajnanam Brahmaha. Taittiriya Upanishad says, Prajnanam Brahmaha. So we ask this question, what is this Prajnanam Brahma? And you will see that in this book, there is an excellent confluence of modern science, high-tech technology, like artificial intelligence and machine learning or CRISPR technology on one side, to evolution completely, what is life, till we are saying that this Anthropocene needs to get directed to what we call it as Om Scene. Om Scene is from living from the modern society towards a meta society, which is for the larger well-being, and the motto of MIT for Vishwa Shanti. Dr. Karat, I just learned that you have started a channel on Vishwa Shanti. I must compliment you that I know from where you have started and from where you have come. A big applaud for your entire correction. Thank you. Kudos to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for this wonderful introduction. I think the applause should have been quite big. Please put a big round of applause for none other than the former UGC chairman, Dr. Bhushan Patwardhanji. Yes, Dr. Vishwanath Karat Sahab's work. If you see this magnificent hall, how can you see the Om? I think you take a moment to see the walls, the beautiful walls all around you, and see the symbol, the Om. Just soak into it, I think. Just understand that they are there not because they are only symbols, but they are the essence of all our being, all that there is, all cosmic energy that ever was, is, and will ever be.
Dr. Patraji, I just wanted to add one thing. I forgot to mention, because the whole book idea and mentoring has come from Dr. Vishwanath Karat, the first 1,000 copies of this book have been dedicated to Dr. Vishwanath Karat. And on the first page of that book, we have given our tribute to what creations of Dr. Vishwanath Karan. Thank you.
Absolute pleasure. Thank you. Thank you so much for that. And what a confluence between the science and the spirituality. Well, today we have the feast of, as I said earlier, a very highly calibered person in the field of both the realms, understanding both the scientific as well as spiritual component. Our next guest speaker is Professor Shekhar C. Mande, who is a distinguished structural and computational biologist who has made a significant contribution to the field of science both in India and internationally. Currently, he is a distinguished professor at SPPU. He previously held the prestigious position of Director General of the Council of Scientific and Industrial Research, CSIR, and Secretary of the Department of Scientific and Industrial Research, Government of India. Currently, he chairs the Government Board of National Council of Science Museums, and Professor Mande has been the recipient of numerous awards, including the prestigious, very, very prestigious Shanti Swarup Bhatnagar Prize for Science and Technology, the Bharat Asmita Award from MITWPU, and the H.K. Firodia Vinjan Bhushan Award, and the Aryabhatta Medal for the Indian National Science Academy, and many, many more I can't read. So please put a huge round of applause and welcome Professor Shekhar Mande ji.
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। मंच पर उपस्थित परम आदरणीय विश्वनाथ कराड़ जी, मेरे बहुत ही अच्छे गहरे दोस्त भूषण पटवर्धन जी, भूषण पटवर्धन जी के साथ जिन्होंने ये किताब लिखी है, इंदु जी, और यहाँ उपस्थित सभी गणमान्य व्यक्तिगण, मंचासीन और इस उपहार में जो उपस्थित आज इस कॉन्फ्रेंस में आए हैं। सर्वप्रथम तो मैं आप सभी का हार्दिक अभिनंदन करना चाहूँगा। Felicitations to all of you for this wonderful conference on World Parliament of Science, Spirituality and Religion and Philosophy. It's a very unique conference, and the session is very aptly titled Genome to Om. In fact, I had the privilege of being at the Bhandarkar Oriental Research Institute when the book was unveiled by the two authors then, and I had a very pleasure of being present on that particular occasion. Genome to Om concept, as Bhushan has very correctly put forward to you, is a confluence of what we call as science and spirituality. Now, for the Western audiences, science and spirituality may be two different things. But in our culture, हमारे संस्कारों में साइंस एंड स्पिरिचुअलिटी हम एक ही मानते हैं। जैसे कि भूषण ने कहा, ज्ञान और विज्ञान, इन दोनों की परिभाषा जो है, यह हमारे संस्कृति में एक ही है। If you go back to our Vedic periods, the Rigveda proposes a concept called Rita. आप सब लोगों ने सुना होगा Rita? इसमें ये कहा गया है कि हमारे अगल बगल में जो ब्रह्मांड है, the entire universe around us, we are one part of that universe. And therefore, how we behave, what we do, and our responsibility to that universe manifests itself into two major components. One, which is the dharma, and one, which is the karma. Dharma essentially is our own behavior, how we should be behaving with respect to other individuals, with other पशुओं, वनस्पतियों के साथ हमारा बर्ताव किस तरह होना चाहिए, और हमारा स्थान पूरे ब्रह्मांड में किस तरह होना चाहिए, इसकी परिभाषा रुत में आती है धर्म के रूप से. And what follows, of course, is the karma. If we are good in our behavior along all of this, then we automatically find a good karma in that particular respect. And beyond dharma and karma, the Vedas go on talking about the entire universe, what it is made up of, and all of you have heard of what is called as Pancha Mahabhutas, Prithvi, Jal, Vayu, Agni, and Akash are the concepts that actually emerge out of all this knowledge. And what we say is that we are a part of that universe which maintains balance amongst all these 5 elements. In modern science, what we have done is we have become detached from the concepts of this. Modern science essentially addresses issues about the material world around us and not really considering us as one part of that material world, like what our ancient traditions say. And when we want to try to understand ourselves as a part of that material world, what was hoped in 1990s or 1980s was that if we are able to sequence ourselves, our genetic material, that is the DNA, or the genome, we will be able to get the entire understanding of ourselves. That was the fond hope in 1980s and 1990s. But ever since the first ever genome sequence became available, almost close to 25 years ago, I don't think we have understood ourselves any better than what we were there in 1990s. What it has opened up are more questions about ourselves than ever. And that's exactly what we are here for. When we are asking questions about ourselves, when we are asking our role in that universe, we are asking fundamental questions about our own existence. What we want to understand that not only from modern scientific perspective, but also from our own spiritual understanding. And we have an honor that none other than Vishwarajbaug Karad is present on the audience here, who has been a very strong proponent of this particular concept. I'm therefore very pleased to be here amongst all of you, and I thank all of you for giving me audience to speak and say a few words about my own thoughts to all of you, and Bhushan Padwajanji and Induji for writing such a provoking book on this particular topic. Thank you all very much. Jai Hind.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much, Honorable Professor Dr. Shekhar Mandeji. Moving ahead, we have a wonderful guest today. He is Dr. Sharad Deshpande. He is a renowned philosopher and academic who has made a significant contribution in the field of philosophy, particularly during his tenure at SPPU as a professor of philosophy. He was awarded with the Tagore Fellowship, a highly coveted honor bestowed upon scholars, only those scholars who have made exceptional contributions in their respective field. And Dr. Deshpande's work spans a wide range of philosophical inquiry with a particular focus on Indian philosophical traditions and their relevance with the contemporary issues. So ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together to welcome Dr. Sharad Deshpande.
Revered Dr. Vishwanath Dada Kararji, the panelists on the dais, and the audience, which is patiently waiting for hearing some thoughts from the panelists on this stage. Now, I have the copy of the book. This is the book we are talking about. So, and I am very happy to state that this book was released first in Delhi, the next in Pune in Bhandarkar Institute, and today we are talking about this book in this hall under the presence of Vishwanathji Karad. So I think, therefore, this is a very significant moment in the life of this book, that it is being talked about, it is being presented to this audience when Professor Karad is present here. Now, with reference to any book that we come across, we can ask two questions. What is this book all about, and what is the message that it gives? So there is a saying that every book has a story to tell and a message to give. So what story does this book give? Now, this is a story of a journey from the outward to the inward. It is a journey from science to spirituality. It is a journey from the gross to the subtle. And this is a journey from the experiences, the perils, the atrocious experiences of the ill effects of the wrong use of science towards the universal well-being, which can be attained only through the inwardness of man. Now, this book tells us that man is potentially capable, he has a potential to look within himself. If man had not this capacity, if man was not able to look within himself, he would not have aspired for the higher goals in life. He would not have aspired for the universal well-being. He would not have aspired for, or he would not have said what Sant Jnaneshwar has said about the whole humanity. So this book emphasizes on this potential nature of human being, and human being which one realizes only going through the development of science. Now, there was a mention of Indian philosophy by this previous speaker. Now, we may not know, but it is the fact that every book written in Indian tradition, whether it is a book on Arthashastra, whether it is a book on Nyaya or philosophy, or even Kama Sutra, every book begins with the invocation that this inquiry is for the well-being of man. So this is something which distinguishes Indian approach to science. Science is a tool. Science is for the well-being of man, and therefore, Indian science, a person from India would look at science, would understand the limitation of science, would understand that science is a two-edged sword. So it depends on man which side of the sword is to be used and which side of the sword not to be used. Now this book, if one asks me what is there in this book, I will say what is not there in this book. There is everything in this book. And so there is a very long and very good historical account of all the developments in science, and it's very naturally, it's very mutually seeps into the Indian side of looking at science. So I would say that this book is a sort of a compendium, and it gives scope to everyone. If I have a particular background, I will find something of my interest in this book and make me think further. If someone else has a different thing in his mind, he will find something of his interest and will enable him to think further. So this book has achieved both these purposes: to provoke its reader to think and to offer him the whole scenario in a synoptic fashion. So many things can be said about this book, and I only appeal to all of you to go through this book. It is a very interesting book, written in a very lucid language, and you can open it at any point. There is no continuity in that sense. Each chapter is separate, but yet all these chapters together offer a very comprehensive whole. So this is all that I can say at this moment about this book, and I am very grateful to Vishwanath Dada for giving me this opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for this wonderful message, from gross to subtle, from macrocosm to macrocosm, from outer to inner. Friends, probably here many of my learned students may not know what is the meaning of philosophy. If you go and Google out, philosophy means love for wisdom. And hence, when we say a professor of philosophy, it doesn't mean theorization. It means he has a tremendous love for wisdom that there is, and they are bringing that wisdom of their lifetime towards you in this small span of 8 to 10 minutes. Thank you so much, sir. Next, I would like to invite our next guest speaker. He is Honorable Pramod Pandeyji. He is an eminent scholar and thinker. He is a distinguished linguist and academician, currently serving as the Vice Chancellor and Director of Deccan College of Postgraduate and Research Institute in Pune. He expertises in the areas like phonetics, phonology, and Indian languages, and contributed significantly to the study of Indic languages. And he is the recipient of prestigious fellowships such as Rockefeller Foundation Fellowship, Linguistic Institution Foundation Fellowship at Stanford University, and also he is a visiting professor at institutions like CNRS, Paris, University of Frankfurt, and many other international universities. So please put your hands together and welcome Honorable Pramod Pandeyji.
Thank you very much, Dr. Patre, for the generous introduction. Respected Dr. Karatsa, Dr. Patwardhan, Professor Deshpande, Dr. Shekhar Mande, Dr. Professor Alex Enki, Induji, and distinguished guests in the audience and dear students. It is indeed my privilege, and I mean it, to be here amongst us on this dais with such distinguished guests and speakers, people who truly qualify to speak on the subject. My own qualifications are not so good, except that I'm interested in cognition, and I have been a practitioner of meditation for about 35 years, and have benefited a great deal from it. And have also come to learn things, facts about our ancient texts, the claims that are made, the knowledge, about reality from our tradition, spiritual tradition, and some introduction to science. I remember many years ago when I first heard and met with a person who was coming to Pune. I was in Gujarat then, who was coming to Pune to attend the World Peace Conference. And he said that Dr. Vishwanath Karad had organized it. I was quite actually astonished, very pleasantly surprised that our universities really have universities started addressing issues like this. That was the first of its kind. And even until today, the MIT World Peace University remains, can be singled out to take up this area, such a complex area, but one which is of immediate relevance. And nothing at all given the present context of wars. Wars have been there throughout. They are not ceasing, they are not ending. They end and then come back again. So there must be something within us, within the nature of humans, to keep reverting to these animal instincts, and perhaps that keeps us away from knowledge, true knowledge of what is real, what is truthful. Professor Patwardhan's book, From Genome to Om, I am sure is going to be a benchmark for work, studies, and research in this area. My own meditation system that I follow has given me some understanding. And once I mentioned it to Professor Patwardhan, that actually the various claims about our spiritual tradition have very clear scientific basis. For example, we have been told that the structure of carbon, actually, it has 4 valencies. The chakra system of ours has as its basis the Mooladhara chakra, which the yogis, the Patanjali Yoga tells us, again has 4 valencies. When we start our prayers in India, we begin with Sri Ganesha. Sri Ganesha is given with 4 hands. And there is a very clear connection between the carbon which permeates this entire universe and our own religious spiritual traditions of beginning everything auspicious with prayers to Sri Ganesha, who himself stands for these 4 valencies. So we are explained, actually, there have been scientific experiments with pictures and photographs which are there on the website, on Google. If you Google them, I will share them with Dr. Patre, the websites where you can actually see the 4 valencies of carbon, and when you rotate it from left to right, it forms the shape of a swastika. When you rotate it from right to left, it forms the shape of Om, actually photographed. And when you look at it, you move it from below to high, then you say Alpha and Omega. You actually see both, Alpha above and Omega below. Those who know something about Christianity will know the declaration of Jesus Christ, who said, I am the Alpha and Omega. Sri Ganesha is associated with swastika, and Om has been mentioned right from the time of the Vedas. In the Mundaka Upanishad, the Katha Upanishad, the Gita, everywhere you find the Om to have been mentioned. So there is a direct correlation between our spiritual knowledge and the actual, our being. Scientists here are actually expected to do the service of making explicit this knowledge which has been acquired by sages and seers for a long time. Actually, we come to a point where we would like to see why is it so difficult for science and spirituality not to come together, although they intersect, but they are not still integrated and coordinated. The reason is not too difficult to think. The methods of research. You need to be empirical when you do science. You have to have everything observed and proved through experimentation. In spirituality, the methods that have been used is meditation, introspection, deep thinking, pursuit of knowledge in a subjective way. But it is the responsibility now of science to try and explore and establish and provide evidence for the claims, spiritual claims that have been made in our tradition. For example, all of us now agree, if you do Patanjali Yoga, we have 3 nadis, Ida, Pingala, Sushumna, we have chakras, many medical centers in India and abroad. I know in AIMS, for example, they have a whole course, introductory course on the chakras and the nadis. But scientific evidence is missing. It's very difficult. They talk about plexuses, so we have 7 plexuses, these plexuses. But how to correlate the notion of chakra and plexuses is something that is a subject matter for science to explore. It is my request, humble request and exploration, just as we are having this great congregation and parliament of spiritual science, it would be very nice if respected Dr. Karad could also fund research projects to somehow, to scientists, more than to spiritual persons, to try and seek evidence for our spiritual knowledge. And with that, I wish to stop. Thank you very much.
Thank you, thank you. Please give a huge round of applause. Thank you so much. Friends, as we move ahead, and before we invite for the presidential speech, we have a wonderful guest, the co-author for this wonderful book, Genome to Om. And when I heard ma'am for the first time during the inaugural, it was absolutely a feast. She is a writer, she is an editorial consultant, and she is a former South Asia editor-in-chief, Encyclopedia Britannica. Indu Ramchandani ji is a renowned writer, and she has played a pivotal role in shaping the content and coverage of the Encyclopedia Britannica for the region. She also has distinguished herself as a prolific writer. Her articles, essays, book chapters have been published in numerous journals and anthologies covering a wide range of topics such as history, literature, and social issues. So please put your hands together and please welcome Honorable Indu Ramchandani ji.
Thank you very much for that warm introduction. Revered Vishwanath Karad ji, Dr. Bhushan Patwardhan, Professor Shekhar Mande, Dr. Sharat Deshpande, and Pramod Pandey ji. Great to see you all here and be part of this very elite August attendance, which I see in front of me and on the dais. It was a great honor for me when Dr. Bhushan Patwardhan asked me if I would co-author the book with him. It had been in his mind for 20 years. I came onto the scene only 19 or 20 months ago. But then we worked together on it with the concepts that he had already worked on for a long time. The first question that rose in our mind was, can we talk of science and spirituality in the same breath? Are science and spirituality possible? Is it possible to find a synergy between science and spirituality? Normally, no, because people think of science as something which gives you tangible experience, you have empirical evidence, it's all out here, and it's the research which gives you proof. Technology develops on those scientific researches and discoveries and gives us actual gadgets which can be used for the betterment of our lives. Certainly, over the last several centuries, the development of science has been phenomenal, and this is how we started with our book, of what science, genome represents that entire gamut of science and technology. And we looked at what genome actually represents in terms of what we have seen in the past few centuries, not going right back, but we did start with Plato and Socrates. We came to what we have today. Especially in the last century and the beginning of this century, there have been phenomenal scientific discoveries, which all of you, seeing most of the audience here as students, must be aware of. But at the same time, we are well aware of all the perils and the misuse of science. We looked at nuclear energy and we talked about the atomic bomb. We talked of Robert Oppenheimer. Robert Oppenheimer, when he saw the first trial of the atomic bomb, was shaken, and he referred to the Bhagavad Gita. I'm sure all of you know this, but this is what we were bringing out, that where there is science, where there's advancement, where there is technology, there is misuse. And that's where we stopped and said, okay, what does this mean? It means we have to turn the clock back and look at where we all started from. Where did this cosmos come from? Where did this earth come from? Where did we come from? And who are we? Who am I? This is a question we often ask ourselves, but we stop at one point and we stop at our psychophysical system, the body-mind complex. So in that case, what is my identity? Is it this physical identity, or is there a much deeper spiritual identity? What is the purpose of my being here? Whenever we asked these questions, we sought answers, and with every answer, we had more questions. And we kept referring to the Indian knowledge system, but at the same time, we referred to all the spiritual concepts worldwide, whether it was from Judaism, whether it was Christianity, Islam, Buddhism, Jainism, Chinese Tao. The whole idea is that when we homed into all this, they all talked of one universal identity, either as a personal God, or as in given in Vedanta, there's one universal energy, omnipotent, omnipresent, omniscient. So are we saying that the Indian knowledge systems only talk of philosophy and there was no science? That's not true. There's also the practical aspect. For example, there is this entire section on Purushartha. Our Indian knowledge systems gave us this, that we have a method of progressing in this world. No one looks down on having ambition, looking for fame and success, which is what we want to do today, prosperity. You can have your families, you can have your desires, but the underlying Purushartha given was dharma. Dharma, artha, kama, moksha. So you had to do this with some ethics, some etiquettes, some principles, which have to underlie everything. When we come to that, we talk of value-based education, which this institute is specializing in. What are the values today? It's not just a question of me and mine, but that's where we are focused, that's where we are stuck. Because if it is the fulfillment of just personal desires, then we are looking at only one little bubble in this entire ocean of oneness. And the bubble imagines itself to be unique. It imagines that it has an identity of its own, which it really doesn't. This is the whole purpose of our existence today and where we are heading today. When we talk of Swami Vivekananda, he made one interesting observation. A nation can only progress if it honors its women. Where are women today? They are ahead, if not shoulder to shoulder with men in every field. And yet, how are women being treated? We know the kind of crimes that have increased against women. And why is that? That's because we as individuals are only looking at our personal satisfaction, our personal desires, our personal needs, and we are not looking at the universal oneness. So the goal of this book, what we have tried to put across, is science is there, it has its perils. For that we need to recognize who we are, what is our purpose here, what is the mind? Is mind as some entity, some object that's found inside the brain? What is psychology? What is philosophy? And what is consciousness? Is consciousness an outcome of the brain? Or is consciousness the underlying truth of our very existence? These were the questions we raised, and these were the answers we sought. Death, something which is taken as the absolute end. Is it an absolute end, or does it have a beginning? Our philosophy says there is it's another journey. You're beginning a new journey. So there's nothing to be frightened about. If we accept all these part of the journey, all these phases as part of the journey, we come to the final conclusion that there is no final conclusion. It continues to be a journey. If we know who we are and why we are here, we will know what we want to achieve. And what we are looking at is a unified society. We are talking of unity in diversity. We are talking of looking beyond ourselves and seeing the other as one. And if this oneness could be recognized, if this oneness could be acknowledged, I think all the strife, the anger, the frustration, and the selfishness that we see around us will come to an end. We have a goal, let's meet it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Indu Ramchandanaji. Thank you so much. Now may I request Dr. Alex Hankey, who is a Professor Emeritus, MIT World Peace University, Pune, to address briefly this gathering.
Guru Brahma, Guru Vishnu, Guru Devo Maheshwara, Guru Sakshat Param Brahma, Tasmai Shri Guruve Namah. I should like to start by thanking revered Sir Professor Dr. Vishwanath Karad for giving me the great privilege not simply of giving the vote of thanks, but for offering one or two thoughts on this very profound topic, which is this wonderful book by Professor Bhushan Patwardhan, From Genome to Om. Professor Patwardhan brought me to India in 2006, and again in 2007. It was an immense privilege to work for him. He was made the head of the director of the Institute for Ayurveda Integrative Medicine, subsequently Vice Chancellor of Symbiosis International University. His work has been extraordinary, and I was very privileged to start by helping him construct From Genome to Om in its previous form. He had been very impressed by the book Genome, published in the early years of this century, and he wanted to write how one could get to genome from the beginning, from Om to genome. Now, the most important thing is that this is really all about Sanatana Dharma. It was shown in Stanford Research Institute in the year 1973 that only Sanatana Dharma can save mankind. All the talks in this conference, this wonderful World Parliament, have pointed to the fact that Sanatana Dharma is essential, completely essential, to save mankind from the horrors of war and destruction. Each of us here today is a student at a university which emphasizes personal growth, where yoga has to be practiced. Only by adhering to these programs can you fulfill the real essential aims of our revered founder, Professor Dr. Vishwanath D. Karad. I urge you with all my heart to take up Sanatana Dharma, to spread it throughout the world, as many of the speakers here have been doing, as you've heard from their talks about their works in other countries, and their own books and writings. Only Sanatana Dharma can save mankind, and my own Guru, Maharishi Mahesh Yogi, asked me to look at the relationship between science and the Vedic sciences beginning in 1973, and that is what I have made my life work. That is why I was able to work with revered Professor Patwardhan, if I can refer to him as such, and why I'm standing before you today and a faculty member at this wonderful institution. Thank you so much for your kind attention,
It's been a huge privilege to be able to talk about that. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. A staunch follower of Swami Vivekananda that revered Professor Dr. Vishwanath Karad is that he always professed that a student going out of the MITS MIT Education Institution has to have 4 qualities, attributes in him: physically fit, mentally alert, intellectually sharp, and spiritually elevated. And that's why he always thinks of developing positive mindset amongst youth. And one of such director, one of such acharya of MITS MIT group of institutions who is doing this work in an exemplifying manner is Sri Shivam. So may I request now Ms. Sri Shivam to please address the gathering. Thank you.
मंच पर बैठे सभी आदरणीयों को मैं प्रणाम करता हूं। आदरणीय डॉक्टर विश्वनाथ कराड़ सर, जिन्होंने एक पहल की ऐसी जिससे ना कि सिर्फ इस संस्था के विद्यार्थियों को अपितु संपूर्ण संसार में कैसे उस अध्यात्म को प्रचुर मात्रा में प्रखर शिखर पर पहुंचाया जाए, इसके लिए उन्होंने पहल की। सबसे पहले सर्वप्रथम मैं आपको धन्यवाद करता हूं। मेरी यहाँ पर मौजूदगी में आपका बहुत बड़ा योगदान है और पूरी निष्ठा और ईमानदारी के साथ जो मैंने अपने जीवन में अनुभव किया, वो सभी मैं प्रतिदिन आप सब विद्यार्थियों के साथ और जो भी मेरे संपर्क में आते हैं उन सब के साथ मैं साझा करता हूँ। एक छोटी सी कहानी के साथ मैं आज की चर्चा को शुरू करना चाहता हूँ। एक व्यक्ति, उसकी मृत्यु हो जाती है। मृत्यु होने के पश्चात वो व्यक्ति स्वर्ग में जाता है। स्वर्ग में जाने के बाद जब वो चित्रगुप्त से पूछता है कि मैं कहाँ पर हूँ, तो चित्रगुप्त उसे बताता है कि हे मनुष्य, तुम स्वर्ग में आ गए हो। तो वो व्यक्ति कहता है कि मैंने कहानियां तो बहुत सुनी थी कि मरने के बाद यदि हमारे कर्म अच्छे हों तो हम स्वर्ग में जाते हैं, पर यह मेरा जीवन का पहला अनुभव है। तो चित्रगुप्त कहता है कि हे मानव, तुम स्वर्ग में आ तो गए हो, लेकिन कुछ कर्म तुम्हारे ऐसे हैं जिनके कारण तुम्हें नरक का भोग करना पड़ेगा। अब ये चयन मैं तुम पर छोड़ता हूं कि तुम स्वर्ग का अनुभव पहले करना चाहते हो या नरक का। वो मनुष्य थोड़ा बुद्धिमान होगा, उसने कहा कि यदि भोग करना है तो पहले मैं नरक का ही भोग कर लेता हूं, फिर उसके बाद आनंद से मैं स्वर्ग का अनुभव करूंगा। चित्रगुप्त उसको नरक में ले जाता है। तो जैसी हमारी धारणाएं हैं कि नरक में बहुत पीड़ाएं होती हैं, चिंताएं होती हैं, विविध विविध प्रकार के त्रास दिए जाते हैं, उस मनुष्य को वहां पर कुछ भी ऐसा दिखाई नहीं दिया। तो नरक में एक पेड़ था, उस पेड़ के नीचे बहुत दुखित, व्यथित, आहत होकर वो व्यक्ति बैठा था। तो कुछ क्षण बाद चित्रगुप्त उसके पास आता है और पूछता है कि हे मानव, तुम दुखी क्यों हो? तो वो मनुष्य कहता है कि महाराज चित्रगुप्त, आपने मुझे कहा था कि मेरे जीवन में कुछ क्षण ऐसा है जहां मुझे नरक का अनुभव करना है। लगता है आप मेरे साथ कोई खेल खेल रहे हैं, कोई व्यूह रच रहे हैं, क्योंकि यहां तो नरक जैसा कोई अनुभव है ही नहीं। धरती पर मैंने सुना था कि नरक में बहुत पीड़ाएं होती हैं, चिंताएं होती हैं, बहुत त्रास दिए जाते हैं, लेकिन यहां तो ऐसा कुछ है ही नहीं। तो महाराज चित्रगुप्त जो उत्तर देते हैं वो मैं आप सबको बताना चाहता हूं। बहुत आश्चर्य की बात है और मैं आप सबका ध्यान अपनी ओर आकर्षित करना चाहता हूं कि महाराज चित्रगुप्त ने कहा कि हे मानव, मैं झूठ नहीं बोल रहा, मेरी बात में किंचित भी कोई असत्य नहीं छिपा है। तो यह नरक ही, लेकिन तुम्हारी मौजूदगी ऐसी है कि तुम्हारी मौजूदगी ने इस नरक को स्वर्ग बना दिया। हमारी प्रेजेंस कैसी हो, हमारी मौजूदगी कैसी है, रामायण में एक चौपाई आती है, बड़े भाग मनुष्य तन पावा। ये मनुष्य जो जीवन मिला है, बहुत सौभाग्यशाली होते हैं वो जिनको ये जीवन मिलता है। हम जीवन कैसा जी रहे हैं? हमारे पास 24 घंटे हैं। मैं मानता हूं कि यहां पर जितने लोग बैठे हैं सबके पास 24 घंटे हैं। किसी के पास 25 घंटे तो नहीं है, मेरे पास तो नहीं है। उन 24 घंटों में हम क्या करते हैं? हमारी जब सुबह होती है, हमारी भोर कैसी होती है? हमारे पूरे दिन का आचरण कैसा होता है? जब रात को हम सोते हैं तो हमारे विचार, हमारे आचार, हमारा चिंतन, हमारा मनन कैसा होता है? ये एक बहुत बड़ा प्रश्न है। और अगर अपने जीवन को हम समझ लें तो मैं मानता हूं कि जीवन की सारी मुसीबतें आती तो हैं। मुसीबतें तो किसी के जीवन में ऐसा नहीं होगा कि नहीं आती हो। वो तो चाहे राम हो, कृष्ण हो, बुद्ध हो, महावीर हो, कोई भी हो, मुसीबतें तो आएंगी आएंगी। लेकिन उन मुसीबतों के बीच रहकर कैसे स्वयं को स्थिर रखना है। एक अभी कुछ समय पहले एक बहुत बड़ी टाइकॉन की मीटिंग हुई थी, गैदरिंग हुई थी। बहुत दिग्गज लोग उसमें आए थे। डॉक्टर माशेलकर थे, गणेश नटराजन थे, ओला कंपनी के मालिक भावेश अग्रवाल थे, रेणुका रामनाथ थी। उसमें मैं भी आमंत्रित था। मैंने उसमें एक बात कही और वो सब बात मैं आप लोगों को ही बताना चाहता हूं। उसमें मैंने कहा कि अंदर की स्थिरता बाहर की विराटता को जन्म देती है। मैं फिर से अपनी बात को दोहराता हूं। अंदर की स्थिरता बाहर की विराटता को जन्म देती है। द मोर यू स्टिल विद इन, द मोर एक्सपेंसिव योर होल बीइंग विल बिकम। एक अंधकार से भरा एक कमरा है जहां पर कुछ भी नहीं दिख रहा, लेकिन एक छोटी सी ज्योत यदि वहां जला दी जाए तो कैसे पूरा कमरा प्रकाशमय हो जाता है। ऐसा ही मनुष्य का जीवन भी है जो अंधकार से भरा है। वहां पर यदि एक प्रकाश, एक रोशनी, एक लाइट हम अपने जीवन में जला ले तो हमारे जीवन से मैं मानता हूं कि पूरा अंधकार मिट सकता है। उसके लिए सबसे जरूरी बात है पहली, अवेयरनेस। द मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट थिंग इज अवेयरनेस, जागरूकता। मनुष्य जो जीवन देता है, जो भी जीवन जीता है, वो बहुत बेहोशी में जीता है। एक प्रकार की एक निद्रा है। बेहोशी का मतलब ये नहीं है कि हम सो रहे हैं। आंखें जरूर हमारी खुली हैं, लेकिन खुली आंखों से भी मनुष्य सोता है। एक रिसर्च हुआ अभी कुछ समय पहले जहां पर अदालत के अंदर एक मुजरिम कटघरे में खड़ा था और जज ने उससे पूछा कि तुम अपराधी हो, तुमने खून किया है, क्या तुम इसको कबूल करते हो कि नहीं? तो अपराधी ने कहा कि मैंने ये गुनाह किया ही नहीं। ऐसा नहीं है कि वो अपराधी झूठ बोल रहा है, वो अपराधी होश में नहीं था। ये बात सिर्फ उस अपराधी की नहीं है, सबकी है, मानव जाति की है। यदि हम अपने भीतर थोड़ा सा होश जगा लें, थोड़ी सी अवेयरनेस अगर हमारे अंदर आ जाए, तो दूसरी चीज हम सीखते हैं ऑथेंटिसिटी। हम प्राकृतिक हो जाते हैं, नैसर्गिक हो जाते हैं, हम सरल हो जाते हैं, सहज हो जाते हैं। देन थर्ड थिंग इज सिंप्लिसिटी। तो अवेयरनेस, ऑथेंटिसिटी एंड सिंप्लिसिटी। इसके बाद जो हमारा एक चरित्र का निर्माण होता है उसे हम कहते हैं विनिंग पर्सनैलिटी। सो व्हेन समवन आस्क यू हाउ टू क्रिएट अ विनिंग पर्सनैलिटी, then always remember three things, my friend. Live in awareness, in total awareness, whatever is happening. Be authentic and live a life with simplicity. And then automatically you will start living in the present moment. आज मैं अपनी बात को ओम की ध्वनि के उच्चारण के साथ समाप्त करता हूं। यहां पर हजारों बच्चों के साथ हम ओम चैंटिंग करते हैं। ओम वो साउंड है जो परमात्मा की आवाज है। ओम वो ध्वनि है जो सब ध्वनियों से पार है। इफ यू वांट टू अंडरस्टैंड द लैंग्वेज ऑफ साइलेंस, देन यू हैव टू एक्सपीरियंस द ओम वाइब्रेशन। ये 3 अक्षरों से बना है, आ, उ और म। और इन तीनों अक्षरों की जो वाइब्रेशन है, जो उसका स्पंदन है, जब हम इसको अनुभव करते हैं तो हमारे जीवन में एक अनूठे प्रकार की क्रांति घटती है, जिसको शब्दों में नहीं बताया जा सकता, जिसका तो केवल अनुभव किया जा सकता है। तो मैं चाहूंगा आप सभी आज अनुभव करें, अपनी रीढ़ की हड्डी बिल्कुल सीधी कर लें। प्लीज कीप योर स्पाइन स्ट्रेट एंड जेंटली क्लोज योर आईज। पुट योर बोथ द हैंड्स ऑन योर लैप, palm facing upwards. Inhale and exhale. पूरी श्वास अंदर, पूरी श्वास बाहर। और आज हमारे पास एक बहुत बड़ी अपॉर्चुनिटी है कि आज हम इतने सुंदर इस डोम में बैठे हैं, जो विश्व का सबसे बड़ा डोम है, विश्व का सबसे बड़ा गुंबद है। आज जो अनुभूति हमें मिल रही है, ये किसी ईश्वर की अनुभूति से कम नहीं है। तो पूरी तरह से अपने स्वरूप को स्वयं में स्थित करके, पूरी तरह से अपनी मौजूदगी को इस प्रेजेंट मोमेंट में, इस वर्तमान के क्षण में लेकर आए। पूरा ध्यान अपनी श्वास पर, पूरी गहरी श्वास अंदर, गहरी श्वास बाहर। अब मैं ओम की ध्वनि का उच्चारण करूंगा, मेरे पीछे पीछे आप सब दोहराएं। सामूहिक रूप से जब ओम की ध्वनि का चिंतन होता है, इसका मनन होता है, जब इसका उच्चारण होता है, तो एक अनूठी प्रकार की एक वाइब्रेशन, एक तरंगे हमारे पूरे शरीर में, हमारे पूरे मन में, हमारे पूरे चित्त में एक गुंजन करती हैं, जिससे सच्चित और आनंद की अनुभूति होती है। अब हम इसको शुरू करते हैं। सब दोहराएं। अब हम विश्व शांति के लिए प्रार्थना करेंगे। सब लोग मेरे पीछे पीछे दोहराएंगे। इसका मतलब है कि सबका मंगल हो, सबका हित हो। और जो ओम की ध्वनि का हमने उच्चारण किया, ऐसा महसूस करेंगे, ऐसा अनुभव करेंगे कि पूरे संसार में इस ओम की ध्वनि की तरंगे पहुंच रही हैं। मेरे पीछे पीछे दोहराएंगे। लोका समस्ता सुखिनो भवन्तु। 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 दोनों हथेलियों को रगड़ेंगे, अपने चेहरे पर स्पर्श करेंगे, अपने माथे पर और अपने पूरे शरीर पर स्पर्श करेंगे। और अब हम तालियां बजाएंगे, और जब हम ताली बजाएंगे तो ऐसा अनुभव करेंगे कि हमारे शरीर की तरंगे इस पूरे ब्रह्मांड में चारों ओर फैल रही हैं, और जो भी दुखी हैं, जो भी परेशान हैं, वो सब चिंताओं से मुक्त हो रहे हैं, सभी रोग मुक्त हो रहे हैं, सभी आनंद से भर रहे हैं। संपूर्ण संसार में प्रेम और शांति चारों दिशाओं में फैल रही है। मैं अपनी वाणी को यहीं पर विराम देता हूं। आप सभी का धन्यवाद, आपने मुझे इतने प्रेम और शांति से सुना। मैं आप सभी को प्रणाम करता हूं, मेरा प्रणाम स्वीकार करें। धन्यवाद।
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Sri Shivam ji. Thank you so much. Just a moment, sir, before we invite revered Professor Dr. Vishwanath Karad, sir. Albert Einstein, just few months before his death, said that I lived my whole life as a scientist, but when I am dying as a mystic. So this message has to be go deeper into the psyche, that even the greatest scientist on the earth, when he went deeper into science, ultimately reached to the shore of mysticism. And that's why Albert Einstein gave E equal to mc square. Karad sir gave Ohm equal to E equal to mc square. The equation is complete again. So please put your hands together and please welcome the UNESCO chairholder, revered Professor Dr. Vishwanath Ji Karad sir. Please put a big round of applause, friends.
Please. Thank you. Friends, I have no adequate words to express my feelings of joy and satisfaction on this occasion when just nearby my side, I don't know, ये भूषण पटवर्धन है, क्या महाराष्ट्र भूषण है या भारत भूषण है, पता नहीं, लेकिन I am grateful to him for giving an insight and a new vision, not to India, but the entire world, all the human beings, about this very concept of genome and Om, speaking on the principles of science, religion, philosophy, and ultimately giving a very scientific vision what science stands for and what spirituality stands for. Friends, I am grateful to Sharad Deshpande ji for reminding me of my Guru, who had blessed me in the year 1992-93. You will not believe, Dr. Surendra Barlinge, I bow down to him again. His soul may be somewhere in the space, observing and blessing this very occasion itself. भाइयों, मैं आपको कहना चाहता हूँ कि बार्लिंगे sir was an atheist. He did not believe in God. देखो कैसी जिंदगी है कि गुरु ईश्वर को मानता नहीं और मेरा जैसा शिष्य पूरा ईश्वर को मानता है। तो मुझे ध्यान है अभी कि मैं गुरु को कहता था, बार्लिंगे मुझे हमेशा बोलते थे, अरे विश्वनाथ तू मेरे पीछे मत आना भाई, मैं ईश्वर की कल्पना को मानता ही नहीं। तो मैं बोला, सर आप ईश्वर को न मानने वाले देव आप स्वयं हो। और ऐसी एक आशीर्वाद से यहाँ तक आना मुझे ऐसे लगता है कि ये नियति का खेल है। ये स्पिरिचुअली ओरिएंटेड साइंटिफिक लेबोरेटरी के प्रांगण में अध्यात्म शास्त्र की, ध्यान में रखना, स्पिरिचुअल साइंसेस है वो, स्पिरिचुअलिटी नहीं, स्पिरिचुअली ओरिएंटेड साइंटिफिक नरेशंस and the revelation of the truth, the Almighty God. इसको अध्यात्म शास्त्र कहा गया है, सिर्फ अध्यात्म नहीं। और उसकी मीनिंग खोजने का प्रयास, और शायद मन करारे प्रसन्न सर्व सिद्धि के कारण वो शांति की खोज में चलने का प्रयास 96 में जो हुआ, वो हमारे सारे भाई, हमारे शेखर मांडे साहब, बाकी सारे लोग बैठे हैं, मैं आभार व्यक्त करता हूँ. I am really grateful, but I feel satisfied that I am trying to really understand the essence and philosophy of these two words. ये अंधश्रद्धा नहीं है भाई, it's not a blind faith. I repeat that word. अध्यात्म शास्त्र है भाई, शास्त्र. अध्यात्म शास्त्र कहा जाता है. Spiritual sciences बोला जाता है. And that essence and philosophy in a very versatile manner, going deep to the deepest meaning of what spirituality stands for, इसका विवरण मेरा भाई भूषण पटवर्धन जी ने किया. एक नई देन है दुनिया के सामने, नया रास्ता है. Some divine message for promoting the culture of peace in the world on the background of the chaos, confusion, bloodshed, massacre going on. और क्या चल रहा है आप जानते हैं. थोड़ा सा प्रयास है भाई. We are not the makers, but थोड़ा सा प्रयास है, और यही वो सभागृह है. शायद दुनिया में जो चल रहा है सारा इतना भयानक विदारक जो प्रयास है लोगों का, बड़े बड़े हेड्स ऑफ नेशन स्टेट्स, क्यों किसके लिए पता नहीं, बट थोड़ा डर लगता है. डर सच्चाई का नहीं, झूठापन जो चल रहा है, स्वार्थ चल रहा है. किसी ने सनातन शब्द का उच्चारण किया, उसका भी हमें गर्व न होना चाहिए. सनातन धर्म मेरा ही धर्म सही है, ऐसा गर्व मत करो भाई. सबसे घमंड और स्वार्थ, ये दोनों विनाशकारी बात है. दो वर्ड्स है. आई एम ग्रेटफुल. थैंक यू मिलिंद. आई थिंक आई फील सेटिस्फाइड. थैंक यू सो मच फ्रेंड्स. Thank you.
Thank you so much, revered Professor Dr. Vishwanath Karad sir. Thank you so much. What a session it was, and it was absolute pleasure to have all the authors, co-authors, and all the luminaries from the field of science, religion, spirituality. Thank you so much. We are coming to the end of this session, but just before that, let me announce that after lunch 2:15, all the students will probably enjoy a session. We call it as a Youth Peace Ambassador session. 13 youth MITWPU students will be expressing their views, and so you are all requested to join sharp at 2:15 p.m. here. I request all the audience, all the guests here to please rise for a group photograph, and let us have a group photograph choice. May I request all the dignitaries on the dais to rise for a group photograph, once with the copy of the book Genome to Om, and once with the brochure of the 10th World Parliament. So first with the Genome to Om. Okay, thank you so much. I express heartfelt gratitude to revered Professor Dr. Karad sir, Dr. Bhushan Patwardhan ji, Dr. Indu Ramchandani ji, Professor Dr. Shekhar Mande ji, Honorable Professor Sharad Deshpande ji, Honorable Dr. Deepak Ranade ji, Honorable Pramod Pandey ji, and Professor Dr. Alex Sankey, as well as Sri Shivam ji. Thank you very much. Please have the lunch. All the dignitaries on the dais, they are requested to have the lunch just at the downstairs. Thank you so much.